Good evening. I'm going to call to order Town Council meeting of April 4th, 2024. I am going to ask, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make your presence known. Seeing none, I will tell you that the town is definitely recording this meeting for your convenience, and you can watch it anytime you'd like to be entertained in the future. Okay, we're going to start with roll call.
Councilors: Bloom,
Here.
Burdick, Clark,
Here.
Crow,
Here.
Levesque,
Here.
Ludke,
Here.
Mendez,
Here.
Neary,
Here.
Penn,
Here?
Schnepp,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Tamash,
Here.
Turkelson.
Here.
We have a quorum, and then some. Please join us, Major Quilty. Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I would like to invite Major Greg Quilty to the podium to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. We were scheduled to have a retired veteran here tonight. Unfortunately, he could not make it, but we are still going to honor him tonight. Major Quilty is going to give a quick rundown of the service that he's provided to us.
Yes, unfortunately, longtime Barnstable resident and Hyannis resident right now, retired U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant Carl Phillips was supposed to be standing here. Since he is going to be 90 years old this year, I'm standing in for him, but we still wanted, and the town still wanted, to honor him. So I'm just going to read a very short bio for him. Master Sergeant Phillips served on active duty honorably for over 20 years in the U.S. Air Force. He entered service on June 18, 1963. He retired on January 31, 1974. He served throughout the Vietnam War and the tumultuous 60s, something that was very difficult for a military person of color at that time. He served as an airborne combat medic during Vietnam. He received the Air Medal, one of the highest decorations possible for airborne personnel that is usually awarded to pilots, as well, and he received numerous other awards and decorations. He had the difficult and harrowing job of being lowered by helicopter under fire to tend to, rescue, and evacuate wounded soldiers and Marines caught behind enemy lines. An airborne combat medic is exposed to great risk in the selfless task of saving our wounded on the battlefield. He saved countless lives on over 50 clandestine missions behind enemy lines, one of which reads in part. At the time, he was a staff sergeant. Staff Sergeant Phillips distinguished himself by heroism while participating in aerial flight in Southeast Asia on 27 July 1965. On that date, Staff Sergeant Phillips was flying in an unarmed medevac helicopter on a highly important rescue mission. The flight was conducted under adverse weather conditions, and in executing his mission, Staff Sergeant Phillips was exposed to over 4 hours of continuous hostile fire. He executed his mission flawlessly with professional skill and reflected great credit upon himself and the United States Air Force. If he was here tonight, he'd be asking you now to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please remain standing. We're going to have a moment of silence. Please remember all those near and dear to you. Thank you. Out of respect for some people's time here who are visiting, I invite State Representative Kip Diggs. We have special guests, some Youth Commission members, Piper Hunt and Lake O'Reilly, one remotely and one here in person, and we're going to hear from them. Welcome.
Do I have to press? Nope, I don't have to press anything. Okay. Good evening, town council members and Barnstable residents. I'm Representative Kip Diggs. My district, if you don't know, is Katuitt, Osterville, Centerville, Hyannis, Barnstable Village, West Yarmouth, and a piece of South Yarmouth. But before I was a state representative, I worked for the town of Barnstable in the DPW division, and I was asked to be the youth advisor for the Youth Commission. And this is around when my son passed away, and it just seemed like it was right spot for me to be there. And I started becoming the youth advisor and working with various kids, young kids wanting to do well and do things for our town. And a couple years later come by and we have Lake and Piper that were in 8th grade, and they were very shy, very hungry, wanting to learn and wanting to do whatever they can for their town. And what a blessing we have in our leaders. And, all I had to do was listen to what they wanted, and they just ran from there. So I would like to introduce Piper Hunt. Before I even do that, I want to let you know that they got an award from the town, from the governor on the youth advisor. There was a lot of applicants, and there's 60 children, or 60 young adults that are now on the youth group advisor for the governor. And we have 2 of them here in Barnstable. And I think that's awesome. And that just shows the leadership that we have in our youth, but it's also because of the parents and people that we have here in our town. So, Piper, I'm so proud of you, and take it off.
Thank you, Kippy. And now I would like to introduce my teammate on the Barnstable Youth Commission and now the Governor's Youth Advisory Council, Lake O'Reilly.
No, do your talk first, then you're gonna introduce. Sorry.
That's my bad. Okay. Good evening, President Penn, Vice President Tamish, and council members. My name is Piper Hunt, and I'm honored to be speaking with you tonight. I apologize that I cannot be with you in person due to school obligations. On Tuesday, March 25th, I was sworn in as a member of Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey's inaugural Governor's Youth Council. In addition, I also received a recognition citation from our state representative, Kip Diggs, for my commitment to civic engagement. I am currently a senior at Miss Porter School in Farmington, Connecticut, and will be graduating in June. Although I have not made my college commitment yet, I'm excited to see what my future holds. As some of you may know, I was appointed to the Barnstable Youth Commission as an 8th grader, something I'm proud and happy to be a part of for the past 5 years. This is my last term, which will be completed in June. The Barnstable Youth Commission has the power to make changes and shape future generations. This is something I'm hoping to continue through serving on the Governor's Youth Council. To give you some background information, I'm a native Cape Codder, as are my parents, Craig Hunt and Nora Montero. I was raised in Centerville and worked part-time at Star Market, serve my church regularly, and am an intern with the Cape Cod Baseball League's Hyannis Harborhawks. I attended Barnstable Public Schools for kindergarten through 9th grade, and then COVID-19 hit and changed my life, along with others forever. At that time, my parents felt it was in my best interest to attend a private school where learning continued with minimal disruption. Although I never had that as a plan, my parents felt it was the best choice for me, and I'm forever grateful to them for making that decision. I was given the opportunity to grow, learn, become outspoken, bold, determined, and fiercely independent. Since attending Miss Porter's, I have made international friends that I may have never met, had the opportunity to travel to Germany, network in New York City, serve on numerous committees such as Second Heads, which focuses on philanthropy for Miss Porter's school, and inform the public on the importance of educating young women. Later this month, several of my classmates and I will travel to the University of Pennsylvania for a research methods class. Finally, at Miss Porter's, I play volleyball, basketball, and am a current captain on our softball team. At this time, I would like to read to you the essay that I wrote when applying for the Governor's Youth Council. Although not clear yet on what passion I will pursue on this council, I am sure to follow through, make informed decisions, and represent Massachusetts youth in a thoughtful, caring, and compassionate manner. I thank you in advance for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself to the Barnstable Town Council, and I would also like to thank Representative Diggs for his unwavering support, and I will be happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of my essay. Growing up as a biracial child, with my dad being white and my mom being black, my mom had to teach me things white kids wouldn't need to be taught. Comparatively, my life growing up wasn't affected as much as I thought it would be. This is probably due to my light-skinned complexion, because when you look at me, you wouldn't be able to tell right away I am half African American. This comes with its perks, but also some downsides. When I have to check off boxes for races, there's sometimes only one option you can choose. Do I pick my African American heritage or my white side? Both of my identities are just as important, and making people choose which one they more identify with is just cruel. I am the way I am, and I shouldn't have to pick which one is more important to me. Being 18, I know I have what some would call a light skin privilege. I don't encounter microaggressions, looks, or whispers like my darker skinned friends do. It's the little things like these that make myself and many others disappointed or regretful of their backgrounds. No one should feel ashamed of where they come from. All of these life experiences would positively affect and contribute to the Youth Advisory Council because my perspective comes from a different position not everyone has. Diversity is an important topic to me because of my family and the way I was raised. I want to be able to share these experiences with my peers, the governor, and the lieutenant governor in order to advise them on issues that face the youth in the Commonwealth. Aside from the way I was raised, my schooling also will play a role on what I can bring to the Youth Advisory Council. I spent kindergarten through 9th grade in my public school at Barnstable High, and then moved to an all-girls boarding school in Farmington, Connecticut, called Miss Porter's School. This experience was much different than my previous because it was single-sex. I learned many life lessons stemming from spending the majority of my day with all girls. I believe women and girls can accomplish anything they want to, despite what others may think. We are taught to be bold and resourceful leaders, which I think I have learned since coming to Porter's. I am truly grateful for everything I've learned at the school thus far. I hope I get the opportunity to bring these experiences to the Youth Advisory Council, because we all have experiences and lessons that deserve to be shared and heard by all. Thank you.
I understand her parents are here tonight, is that true? Her mother's here, wonderful. Welcome. Nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And now, I think I got this right now, I would like to introduce my teammate on the Barnstable Youth Commission and the Governor's Youth Council Advisory, Lake O'Reilly.
Hello, everybody. Is this working? Okay. On the microphone, yes, sorry. Hi, my name is Lake O'Reilly. Like Piper, I'm on the Barnstable Youth Commission. I go to Barnstable High School. I'm a senior, as Piper is, and I'm going to college next year, although I'm not sure where yet. I'm going for nursing. My parents are also here tonight, Sarah O'Reilly and James O'Reilly. And I will also be reading the essay that I sent into the Governor's Council to be on that, yeah. So, okay. Growing up, instead of stuffed animals, I collected mermaids' purses. White caps were my meditation, and the sand was my home. At low tide, my forever bare feet tracked over seagrass, conquered the biggest boulders, and as the sun set over the water, they scurried back to my grandmother's house to take an outdoor shower before returning home for the day. With the beach as my background, I've always felt connected to the earth and the environment. When I got the opportunity to become a part of the Town of Barnstable Youth Commission, I knew that I wanted to focus on issues that pertain to this part of my upbringing. With the Youth Commission, I worked on our wastewater presentation, created my own presentation on how what we eat affects the planet, and volunteered with the Silent Springs and Massachusetts PFAS in Your Health study to create an event promoting their project to the public. My experience with the Youth Commission has placed a megaphone in my hand and platform under my shoes. Here I've developed skills in leading peer discussions, approaching sensitive topics, and building an inclusive environment for all. I've been able to interact with people of so many different backgrounds, listen to their voices, and use my voice to amplify them. As a queer person, not only have I come to understand the struggles of my own community, but I'm better able to empathize with people of marginalized communities and maintain an open-minded perspective when it comes to all individuals, even those I don't necessarily agree with. Within the Governor's Youth Advisory Council, I hope to focus on issues that affect those who do not have the same opportunities as me, such as environmental racism and inadequate health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you can see why I'm so proud of these two, but honestly, we have so much to be thankful for because of our youth, and they're our future. And we got to make sure that we keep protecting them, but then also listen to them because they're pretty smart. And there's nothing wrong with them telling us how we think should roll. So thank you for allowing me to talk and celebrate with you and us, our youth, and you guys have a great night.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. If you'd like to leave, we understand. Don't be shy. All right, so I guess nobody had questions for either one of them. I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Before we get to public comment, I'm going to invite Town Attorney Karen Nova to give us some information.
Thank you, President Penn. Karen Nova, Town Attorney. Before we begin public comment tonight, we'd like to make sure that everyone understands the ground rules as set forth in the Town Council rules. We've strayed from them during some of our recent meetings, and we'd like to get back on track. During this meeting and future Town Council meetings, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak during public comment and during any public hearing on an agenda item. There will be no other opportunity for the public to speak during the meeting unless invited to do so by the presiding officer, which in our case is the Town Council President. Under the Town Council rules, members of the public who wish to speak during public comment must direct their comments to the council as a body through the president of the council. While you are certainly free to express your thoughts, opinions, and criticisms, and I want to emphasize that you are absolutely free to do that, you may not speak directly to any individual counselor. For example, you could say, I think Counselor Joe Smith made a bad decision, but you should not address that counselor directly. So you should not say, hey, Joe, you made a bad decision. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in this room during public comment. So please do not turn and speak to another person in the audience. Public comment is to be directed to the council. In general, counselors are asked to not respond during public comment and to wait until the council response portion of the agenda to offer any comments. However, with the permission of the council president, counselors may speak or respond during public comment, and they may enter into a direct discussion with the person having the floor at that time. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they have been recognized to speak by the council president. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we have the the rules. I would ask for whoever wants to speak to public comment to please sign in. We know that the microphone's on. Give us your name, your village. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Bob Schulte from Centerville. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'll keep my comments brief and limited to the motion to reconsider agenda item 2024-166. I'd like to say that I appreciate and support the efforts of current council leadership to follow the administrative code of the town council rules, which clearly stipulate that members of ad hoc advisory committees should be appointed by the town council president. This is a rule that has been followed by previous councils, and I see no reason why the rule should be suspended in the current situation or for the current president. Is it because the current president is a woman? Is it because some members of the council disagree with her on certain issues or positions? Is it because they don't think she'll appoint the persons who they want to see on the ad hoc advisory committees? I don't know the exact reasons, but I do know there is no plausible reason to suspend the town council rules in this instance. This agenda item complies with the requirements of the town council rules, and therefore I ask you to follow those rules and to vote against a motion to reconsider the March 21st vote on this item. It is time for members of this council to set aside their sour grapes mentality and need to be the center of attention, and as several councilors commented at the last meeting, find a way to move forward and work together with other duly elected members and leadership of this council to improve our town and the quality of life for all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Rob Brennan from Osterville. I'm appearing here this evening in my individual capacity. And I am here to urge your reconsideration on the motion to take the appointment of the ad hoc committees from an individual council president and to the appointments committee. And I say that for a number of reasons, but it all comes back to the We're Full agenda, which, if the councilors didn't see it, was showcased in Banker and Tradesman magazine a little over a week ago, that Barnstable has embraced and is moving forward with a We're Full agenda, and that is an agenda to roll back the zoning that was put in place to advance housing. And it's being done so at a time when cities and towns throughout the Commonwealth are struggling with how do we develop more housing, not how do we roll back the measures that we put in place to create more affordable, more attainable housing. And I'm saying that because we had an explanation at the last meeting of exactly what the We're Full agenda was. John Julius proudly presented that to the council because Mr. Julius was able to get haircuts, because Mr. Julius was able to buy his groceries, because Mr. Julius was able to avail himself of health care, that the housing crisis in Barnstable on Cape Cod is somehow a fallacy. That is the We're Full agenda, as articulated by Mr. Julius, and that's the We're Full agenda that's being put forward by council leadership. And it's the We're Full agenda with the predetermined outcomes to fix zoning that is held broken by the We're Full agenda. The ad hoc committees remain a bad idea in general, and I'd urge your reconsideration on those. It's a bad idea because taking away and rolling back fourth floor housing in the downtown without knowing the implications of that financially and for the viability of developing housing is a bad idea. It's a bad idea because unless you can answer whether it costs $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 or more to create a single affordable housing unit in Barnstable, it's a bad idea to fix the zoning that was put in place to facilitate the development of that housing. I'm calling on the council to do two things. First is to vote in favor of reconsideration and to place the appointment, if these ad hoc committees are going to exist, to place the appointment with the appointments committee and not with a We're Full agenda. Second, I'm calling on the council, and I hope the council will, And I'm asking this on behalf of a number of folks that are in the room tonight who have not been attending these meetings and are not typically represented, to disavow the Wearful agenda, to do it publicly and to do it proudly and to do it unanimously. If you have a bumper sticker on your car that says, "We're full, keep Cape Cod authentic,"
That's 3 minutes, if you could finish up, please.
I call you to remove that as well. And the folks in this room should know that that slogan is removed from your car, if not from your hearts. They deserve more, and I'm confident that this council will give them more. Thank you.
So I have Mary Ann Barboza on my phone here, and she'd like to say a statement. One moment.
Yes, before she starts, I want to say that Ms. Rhodes spoke to me ahead of the meeting and asked if this was possible because Mary Ann did not have the ability to Zoom into the meeting, so she asked if she could join us via phone call, and I gave her permission to do that. Thank you.
Mary
And
Ann,
she's
you can
signing in
start.
for her.
Mary Ann, you can start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. I'm sick, and I did not want to come there with a group of people and infect everybody. So I thank you for that. I also want to say to those young ladies, thank you so much, because I see strength. I see the strength in you too, and it's so important to have strong women. You see what we're up against. But I need everyone to know, I don't know what the plan is, what was changed, but I promise you, we will go to the moon with this. I'm trying not to talk too much because I'll start coughing. But my feelings on what I felt the last meeting stand. And there are other people that I've got applications for. They want to be part of this. I don't care how or what. We, as members of this community, have a right to demand a good life. We've been here forever. And I want to make this clear. I'm not against people who are wealthy. That's not the point. But I want the same respect from the people who are making the decisions as you expect us to give you. And if that means not coming in trying to change everyone's lifestyle, then don't do it. Because I'll say maybe half really worked hard and got their money, but everyone didn't get their money from, and I know I say things rather rough sometimes, and I'm sorry about that. But it is what it is. And we are not going to throw those who have been here forever but don't have $1 million, tell them, okay, you got to go, because everybody wants this to be their vacation home. It's not. This is our home, and we're going to keep our homes. So I'm sorry. I'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you for allowing me to try to say something today. And don't take my being sick and not being able to talk as my feelings for being downgraded. No, they're not. Because if I have to come in a wheelchair and a cane and 10 masks, I will. So, love you guys. Thank you much. Hey, to those young ladies, you two sounded so great. And we thank you because you're going to be our future. And young ladies, please, just the fact that you were able to stand up like that in front of a crowd, public speaking, you were able to do it. You did it with finesse and class. Man, I'm so proud to be a woman, to know that we got strong young ladies coming up behind us like this. You guys just carry on. And Mr. Diggs, thank you. You encourage them. Okay, goodbye. I'm done.
Thank you, and please feel better quickly.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Rhodes. I am the president of the Cape Cod branch of the NAACP. I'm also the treasurer for the Zion Union Heritage Museum. I'm coming before you to applaud the vote that was taken 2 weeks ago to encourage the vote for tonight to strongly encourage the importance of representation. It's important to have decisions made for people who look like the people those decisions are being made for. As I spoke before, Hyannis, Cape Cod in general, is virtually impossible for someone who's a layperson to live here. I'm gainfully employed, and it's difficult to live here. We need housing. We also need representation included on the boards that these decisions about housing are being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I'm also sick, but I'm here. I'm showing up. My name is Tara Vargas Wallace. I will not be intimidated. I will not be bullied. I have contributed to Barnstable County for the past 25 years, both economically and with my time and volunteerism. I have spent many years as a social worker in this community working with housing insecure and know the intimate reasons and needs that are necessary for housing, along with being housing insecure at many points in my adult life. I feel it is important that diverse voices be heard in our conversations about zoning and housing, and that those voices be chosen by a committee, not one person, but a committee that represents us, all of us. That is the only way to ensure equity. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Megan Mort from Marston's Mills. And the two youth commission speakers were amazing. It gives me hope for my own son in Barnstable and leadership of the future. So I come to speak about reconsideration of the ad hoc appointments committee, and I'm hoping that it is supported to go to the appointments committee. The reason I support that outside of what is allowed currently is because of a lack of faith in town council leadership. I saw some promising votes at the last town council meeting, and I'm hoping we can get more of those votes. I want to thank Councilor Neary for bringing it up. I want to thank Councilor Paula Schnepp, Councilor Craig Tamish, and I'm hoping that that vote can be maintained and supported. I'm going to quote one of the letters to the editor that was written by Town Council President Felicia Penn. This was written in April of 2022. And it says, "Did these people who are complaining ever take civics? Apparently not. It appears that only those who are retired, if it appears that only those who are retired or have flexibility or don't work at night or don't work in the mornings are the ones making decisions, then so be it. We should be thankful they volunteer their time to participate in their committees. I know there are applicants to these ad hoc committees, and I'm hoping that we can be thankful for them to volunteer their time to participate in these committees and respect their applications and the fact that they want their voices to be heard where their voices are clearly desired on these ad hoc committees. So thank you."
Next, please.
Hello. Chuck Carey, Hyannis. I address you with great respect because you have an awesome responsibility. You hold the fate of one of the foundational aspects of a lot of people's lives in your hands. That's housing. Police, fire, first responders, teachers, nurses, and town officials answer a calling that's greater than monetary award. They consider it a privilege to be trusted with our most important possessions and even our lives. There's a shortage of candidates for these positions due to the housing shortage. Does anyone really doubt that? We sell businesses. We have people every week exploring the possibility of selling. In the course of a review of the same topic arises, employee difficulties due to housing. Several have left the Cape because their employees have left because no housing available. Do you remember the equilateral triangle from math class? It becomes strong because the sides support each other. In a healthy community, these three sides support each other: jobs, housing, business. Jobs, housing, business. When one fails, the sides collapse. We are there. That's where we are. There used to be an old lady that would wave her finger and call out the counselors when they needed it. Her rocking chair was kept here for years as a symbol of admiration, but there were plenty of times that she was accused of rocking the boat. Wish she was here. Now, please don't tell me I'm the only one old enough to remember her. You all have, you got to decide whether you're up there for your own desire to block new buildings or for the good of the town. It's pretty much that simple. And the town's in trouble if you decide to follow her personal agenda. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Renee King, and I am a resident of Centerville, Mass. And I stand before you with 8 generations here on Cape Cod, from my great-great-grandfather, a Narragansett chief, to my mother's younger sister, who just celebrated her 93rd birthday on Monday. I love this community. My teacher was William Colville of Colville Beach. He's my math teacher. I wouldn't be standing here with 30 years in the IT industry, a retired, very active volunteer, if it wasn't for him. The thing that is nearest and dearest to my heart is affordable housing for our first responders. We're not the only one in the country that is facing this dilemma. So I will just point to one example in Newark, New Jersey, where they have a teacher's village. And that teacher's village was designed with our first responders in mind. The teachers, the healthcare professionals, the police officers, the firemen, all those that support the mere existence of a very healthy and vibrant community. So when we look at this very difficult challenge that we have before us, and that is affordable housing, my heart is with those that make the community that I love and I'm here to support. So I appeal to you to look around the country, around the world, at affordable projects that serve this community. And if I look a little bit beyond the first responders, I see the families not being able to live and grow as I have been fortunate to do that. So we're not the only one with this problem. I think collectively we can work together and solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else choose to speak?
I didn't come with a prepared statement this time. I'm Toby Leary from West Barnstable, but I just want to echo a lot of the sentiment that was said already. I applaud the councilors who voted to oppose a unilateral power structure of appointing these ad hoc committees. I also resonate what Rob said. It's actually much to my chagrin that these ad hoc committees will be going forward anyway. It seems like just another slow walk or another layer of government control or regulations in a town that's known for regulations and not known as being the most business-friendly town to begin with. As a business owner here in the town of Barnstable for well over 20 years, I've run up against regulations my entire career. But the point I'm trying to make is layers of regulations and slow walking the thing that we need the most, as Chuck Carey said, an equal opportunity for businesses and jobs is housing. If you can't house the people who work here, we're going to become by default like Nantucket Island. Fortunately, we are connected by a bridge to easy access for the workforce to come over every day. But I don't think that's really what we want. I think we want people who want to put down roots here, raise their children, see them compete in the local sports teams, see their name in the local newspaper when they achieve good things, and be able to find that starter home and contribute to the workforce and go forth and recreate, not be exiled off the island because there's no way that they could possibly find any type of housing that they could then turn around and raise families, as my children are facing right now. My oldest is 21 years old, who still lives with me, not because I want him there. No, I'm just kidding. I do want him there. But he's welcome as long as he wants to be there. But financially, he could not go out and secure housing unless he lived in unsanitary conditions with so many people being able to share the rent. So that's something that I see as a marked difference from me being raised on Cape Cod. My parents still live in my childhood home. And I was able to find some housing at a younger age and strike out on my own and endeavor to put down roots here in this city, in this town, which I've done. And so that to me is very disheartening. And I don't believe we're anywhere near full capacity in the town of Barnstable or on Cape Cod. We just need to get creative and figure out ways to accommodate life, which is the lifeblood of our community. You can't have business and you can't have life without being able to house it. And so that's all I have to say. So thank you for the counselors that did vote for a distribution of this to the appointments committee. I would hope that you guys will have the courage to do the same tonight. Thank you very much.
Next, please.
Good evening, Town Council. I'm also a West Barnstable voter. My name is Ella Sampu, and I'm here tonight to voice support for Councilor Neary's amendment that the new ad hoc committee members be selected by the Appointments Committee. In order to equitably address our housing crisis, the committees on zoning and housing production must include voices of people who have direct experience with housing insecurity. And it's my hope that in having a diversity of minds make those appointments, we'll see a diversity of lived experience on those committees. Somebody who lives in a single-family home on a 1-acre lot is going to have a different opinion on zoning than somebody who's from a dense community where they can walk to the grocery store or the gym or a restaurant. Coming from West Barnstable, I love the pastoral nature of my village, but the only thing I can walk to is a softball field and some train tracks. So what I have to say about the benefits, the pros and cons of that zoning might look different than somebody from Hyannis. So, in summation, the people who are most affected by our housing crisis, of course, face many barriers to participating in our municipal processes. And because of that, I recognize that it's an honor to be here tonight and speak to all of you. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Dominic. I'm the owner of Kilwins on Hyannis Main Street. This is my first town council meeting, so thank you for hearing me speak today. Just wanted to show who I am and kind of, over the past 7 years, I've been kind of doing events and stuff, giving back to the community. And I'm not from here, but I currently live in Hyannis, but I've noticed that the housing is currently affecting people around here and my staff as well over the past years. 80% of our small business on Main Street, we rely on J1 workers and other workers as well in Hyannis. Now, past gentleman said it's like a domino effect. So if we don't have housing here, businesses are going to go out and we're not going to be able to employ, students, workers, therefore so on. Also, by creating housing, lets this community become a whole. Past a week ago, I did an Easter egg hunt. I paid out of my own pocket to do something for the community. And I said to myself, wow, this is great. Now imagine if there was more housing here, more families getting together. It would be such a great feeling to Main Street and the whole town of Hyannis. And that's what we need. We need housing here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Did you sign in?
Yes, I did, yep.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Worf-Bain, Executive Director of Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District. Thank you. I echo virtually everyone that spoke before me about housing being important, but I'm also going to bring it back to experts, because you know I love experts, right? I keep coming up here and talking about the experts, and some of you have seen recently that we have had another expert come visit and speak about his study that he's been studying the downtown for over 6 years with best practices, another big word I love, best practices. So Michael Byrne is the name of this expert, and one of his recommendations was two-way downtown. So I see that it's on the agenda later, and I'm thrilled, and I think everyone on my board is super thrilled, because guess what? It's something that seems very simple and kind of bipartisan, and infrastructure, a change that if you Google it on your phone, it's a best practice around the world. Every downtown improves with two-way, because it slows down the traffic and makes the place a destination safer and a place you want to live in. So that brings me to the topic of the housing, because we're thrilled to have housing in the downtown. We want it because we want to be a rich community, like what Renee said, filled with people that live and work and see the teachers, and you have the first grade teacher run into the little boy at the supermarket, and the chief of police is there, and the nurse, and we want that. And that's what Cape Cod's about. Think back when you grew up, right? Did everyone go to elementary school here on Cape Cod, right? Centerville Elementary, and you'd see your teacher, and it would be like a rock star at Angelo's, right? And that's the kind of community we want to keep going, right? And we want that in the downtown. We want walkability. We want people to walk to the Baptist church and then walk to the Sturgis and then walk and have lunch and go see Kilwins and have an ice cream and go to the Green and see the movies. Isn't that the type of quality of life we have and we had and we don't want to lose? And we want a mixture of people, and people who have been here for generations and generations. So this two-way downtown is a simple thing. It's coming up. It's wonderful. Jeff Speck, I know all of you have seen him speak. It's such a knock out of the park, and we want it immediately. Let's do it. Let's get it right in there. I think it's all now, all the parts are there to let's bring it over the line. And then we'll see some beautiful things like housing. All the things will connect that we're talking about, fixing up the Village Green, adding better wayfinding. All of it's coming together. So thank you, and that's my topic. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anastasia Pachella, and I live in Marston's Mills, Precinct 10. I'm a visual artist, so I'm not used to expressing myself with words, but I'll do what I can here. So I grew up in Barnstable, graduated from Barnstable High, and taught in our public schools for about 8 years before founding a community arts center, the Cordial Eye, right on Main Street. I'm just talking for myself, though, not the organization. And so the Cordial Eye seeks to, seek to reduce the barriers to the arts and expand the possibilities for artists here, but really to build like a whole healthy community. I'm here because I love Barnstable, and I really love Hyannis. As a teen, my friends and I we spent a ton of time on Main Street, taking art classes at the Gower Barn, going to the bowling alley, shopping at all the different vintage shops, the record stores, what have you. It was like the place to be. And while most of my peers have left the Cape, I stayed here. So I have a lot of pride in our town and the people who live and work here. And, oh God. When I travel the country, and I'm speaking at different conferences, I don't know why you guys are so much scarier to me than like a full-on conference, but and workshops. I really do talk about how much I love this place and how many amazing people of all different kinds of backgrounds and cultures I get to work with, how many incredible artists we have making all different kinds of work and different styles and topics. Like Ella was saying, it's the diversity of people and ideas here in Hyannis that, that really makes it like my favorite part about Cape Cod. And when we have that diversity of thought that comes with working with all people from all different backgrounds, we can come up with way more creative solutions than when we have one particular type of person with one particular type of experience. I want to thank Elizabeth Werfbane for bringing my attention to that two-way Main Street is here on the agenda tonight. I was so skeptical the first time I heard about two-way Main Street. I was like, what? That sounds chaotic. And then after listening to Jeff Speck's presentation and thinking about it and thinking about the number of people I see almost get hit on Main Street, especially at that Center Street intersection, and the number of times I've almost been hit walking across crosswalks, actually sounds like a really good idea, and I'm super I could not be more excited about two-way Main Street and the Center Street intersection getting addressed because it's illegal and dangerous. But going back to why I was here in the first place, I'd like to thank Councilors Tamish, Starr, Burdick, Schnepp, Levesque, and Neary for voting in favor of the amendment put forward by Paul Neary that the ad hoc committee members be selected by the Appointments Committee.
That's 3 minutes if you could finish up, please.
Ensuring that the ad hoc committees are filled with community members with different lived experiences will mean that the recommendations made by the committee will be working towards a healthy community for all of us. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. How's everyone? I won't take up too much of your time here.
Tell us who you are, please.
Oh, so sorry. My name is Tamora Israel. I live in Dennisport.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just have a quick question. My question pertains about the housing, like most other people who come up here. My question is why? You have an opportunity to involve the community in creating housing, to have a diversity of community members speaking about the kind of housing that they need. You have an opportunity to tap directly into those communities, and you're choosing not to. You have an opportunity to fight the housing crisis together. Why won't you do that? I believe every one of you owes us that answer. Why? Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening. Andre King, Centerville. First of all, thank all of you town council members for serving. I myself serve on the school committee. I'm here tonight, like many others, to speak about housing. I believe it's important to acknowledge and address the housing situation both here in Barnstable and the Commonwealth writ large. As many others have said, it's essential, integral, vital, any other adjective that you'd like to use in order for the community to move forward. But from my perspective, I just want to encourage people, regardless of what side of the line you're on, to keep showing up and voicing your opinion and advocating and working with our council members so that we can, as was said previously, get to those best practices. I was fortunate to be here last week. That meeting, as Council President Penn said, it was spirited, and there was some entertainment and excitement, and I'm glad that we had the statement made in order to kind of bring us all down. But the fact of the matter is, This conversation about housing is taking place not just in Barnstable, but in communities across the Commonwealth. All right, it's happening in Rentham, it's happening in Winthrop, it's happening in Holden, it's happening in Milton, right? And people are showing up and they're voicing their opinions, and the margins are very close. And so I think that in order to get to those best practices and get things done, everybody's going to have to be in for the long haul, and that's what I encourage people to do. Once again, I thank you for your service and the work that you do and the opinions that you have the right to hold. But in conclusion, I'll say this. As an elected official and somebody that's run, the balance of power on our current town council was decided by 2 votes in 1 precinct. That's what made up the current balance of power that is respected, and the composition is what it is. But I think people need to remember that your voice and your vote does count, and showing up is what's ultimately going to make the difference. 2 votes in 1 precinct. And so thank you for allowing me to speak. I look forward to seeing you in the future, and it's going to take, this is a process many communities are going through in order to get to those best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Microphone is not on.
Turn to, hit the button on the bottom.
Okay.
There
Do I have to
you
hold
go.
it? Oh, all right.
Way
okay.
better.
My name is Megan Morris. I am from Marston's Mills. I grew up in Barnstable and just moved back here to start teaching in Barnstable Public Schools. This is my 12th year as a teacher. I have 2 master's degrees, a lot of experience, but I cannot afford to live here, so I am living with my parents. And it is sad to be 33 and living with your parents. It's sad. And it's better than 21, or not better than being 21. So I think a lot as I am at school and I see teachers, my teachers, people who have been here for a long time, and they can afford to be here because they were able to secure housing a long time ago. But when we're trying to recruit new teachers, I do not understand how they will do it when there are mass retirings that will be happening within the next 10 years. The new teachers that I do work with, they live in Plymouth, they live in Wareham, and maybe they'll choose to work there instead. And so I do hope that you will support ad hoc committees that are representative of multiple perspectives, multiple experiences, which are chosen by a committee and not just one person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Conley. I live in Osterville, here in Barnstable. Out of respect for the enormity of this topic of housing in Barnstable, I waited till last for once, and I almost have to apologize for changing the topic, but here I go. President Penn and councilors, thank you for this opportunity. 3 important things happened this week in the regulatory world as it relates to clean energy initiatives, all of which should be of interest to everyone here in Barnstable. It's not too much to say that keeping up with these filings at the state and federal levels could almost be a full-time job. First, the Commission on Energy Infrastructure Siting and Permitting released its recommendations to the governor for legislative action and regulatory changes that would make approval of the kind of projects we face in our town happen at what can only be described as lightning speed. Of most interest to the council would be the establishment of a consolidated municipal permit that would have to be issued within 12 months of application that would either approve or reject a proposal, like one of Avangrid's. Either decision could then be appealed to the EFSB, which would have 6 months to approve or deny a project, and none of us who have been paying any attention believe the decision would ever be to deny. Local opposition to or denial of these projects, even on the basis of environmental protection, would be effectively kneecapped. Moreover, towns like ours would face enormous cost increases related to implementation of these changes, which the Commission acknowledged in their report to the governor. The bottom line is that communities and those elected to represent us will be steamrollered into accepting any infrastructure project renewable energy developers want to build. Secondly, The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management released its Record of Decision, or ROD, on New England Wind 1 and 2, soon to go under those names rather than Park City and Commonwealth Wind. Avangrid has been celebrating this step in the federal permitting process. It's not all sunshine and unicorns, however. Verbatim from the document released recently, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers determined that the projects, quote, will have major adverse effects to North American right whale, end quote, and, quote, will have long-term effects on recreational and commercial fisheries. Local fish stocks will be negatively affected as non-mobile larvae and eggs cannot move to avoid suffocation, end quote. On land, the Corps acknowledged that negative impacts to viewscapes, landscapes, and historic sites are unavoidable, but will be temporary. They'll only last for 35 years, which is the life expectancy of these projects, plus the 10 years it would take to dismantle them upon decommissioning. Please note, this ROD was issued by BOEM before many necessary federal permits have been granted. And finally, I'm sure you've heard, Avangrid submitted a bid in the state's 83C4 solicitation process for power purchase agreements. Their document is so heavily redacted when it comes to the when it comes to the proposed landing at Dowses Beach that we can't help to ask exactly what they're hiding from the public. These companies are allowed to redact proprietary information. This is usually restricted to financial matters or sensitive scientific processes. Not this time. SGDB filed a complaint with the Secretary's office. We're not going to hold our breath waiting for an answer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm going to change the sheet here.
Anybody else would like to come and speak at public comment?
Not the last one, not the last one, okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Craig Florence. I work in Hyannis. I do live in Yarmouth. And I've been following this along, and I've been having a bit of a hard time figuring out exactly what I wanted to express. There's been some eloquent speakers here and folks that have a clearer message, perhaps, than I do. But my experience and perspective comes from what I see as the reality of the working class and low-income people that live on Cape Cod. The authentic experience of Cape Codders facing the housing crisis include people living in cars, friends on couches, living with family members, in basements, in motels. These have all been part of my personal experience. That's an authentic experience. Criminally high rents and forced removal when a landlord wants to turn longtime family homes into short-term rentals, and the stress and anxiety and displacement, discomfort, and trauma to kids like my kids who don't understand when there's no place to go is an authentic experience for Cape Codders. There are effects of this that are less obvious, like countless unsafe and toxic relationships that people are stuck in situations where they can't make rent without that other person, and working adults still living packed in with roommates and parents, families with children in tents. I'm not sure if you guys know any of these. I know these. These are all experiences of authentic Cape Codders. If you're disabled on a fixed income with your benefits no longer covering the cost of rent, leaving little to no options, people get trapped in abusive landlord-tenant relationships and substandard housing conditions. Barnstable is not full. Cape Cod is not full. The land is being hoarded, exploited, and mismanaged to serve people who don't live here, who don't understand the history or the tapestry of diversity and experience on Cape Cod. Cape-wide, over 40% of the housing stock sits empty for most of the year. In some towns, it's over 60, 70%. And the fact of the matter is that good people have been doing their best to help this problem, and the addition of these ad hoc committees threatens to stall this progress. If these committees must be formed, then the decision should involve a democratic process that takes into account the diversity of experiences faced by the people who live here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other person who would like to have their 3 minutes at the microphone? Is there anybody online?
We have a number of people on Zoom. First is Antoine. Antoine, you're already unmuted, so you can go. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm Antoine. I'm the owner of Chez Antoine Cafe in Main Street, Hyannis. I just opened the business 3 years ago, and as a community cafe, I had the chance to meet a lot of people of the community, an amazing community who lives, in Hyannis, and I would like just to express what is the situation that I see every single day, the comments that I receive every single day from people who lives in Hyannis, and how difficult it is for housing. But also, I would like to comment about the two ways street, a street that I see every day, who is not an urban street. It's a highway where people speed 50 miles per hour. I try to jump the other. It's I see every day almost people, being hit by cars. One of my employees was hit with a bike. Something that has to be changed. But first of all, the housing. I'm a new American, of course. I come from Europe, where we work over there a lot about affordable housing, which is very important for a vast majority of the population who wouldn't, therefore, have any kind of access to housing if they wouldn't have a real policy of affordable housing from towns, from cities, and obviously from the states. And what I see is a total lack of house affordability for the people who work and live in Hyannis. And I got comments and experience from teachers who will have to find another place in a few months because they're not going to have the place anymore available for them. I had like a lot of employees who couldn't afford anymore to rent their place or studio and so on. With a lot of difficulties in all the senses. Then, and it's amazing because it's a place like Hyannis where we have a lot of land, even huge parkings that could be converted in affordable housing, and make it a very downtown, a very affordable and welcoming place, and not just for new workers. New people who come to Cape Cod. It's every day I have students from Sturgis and other schools who come to our store, who even come with their French teacher and speak in French with us and so on. And there's a lot of those younger generation students and so on. They have absolutely no future because they would not have any access to any housing. Right now, it's too expensive. It's impossible for a lot or even workers that we have right now. They cannot even imagine the future to buy a house. Then we really need, as soon as possible, to develop affordable houses in Barnstable. And
Excuse me, you've exceeded your 3 minutes.
If there's no action, political action from the town, then maybe the best way is a citizen platform for
Antoine, if you could finish
affordable
up,
housing,
please.
where businesses, citizens, associations, organizations of all kinds fight together and be present everywhere it's needed to fight for affordable houses now, not tomorrow, not in 10 years.
Thank you, Antoine.
Now. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lisa Nagel. Lisa, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Nagel. I'm a registered voter in the village of Cotuit, and I spoke at the last meeting and expressed that I do think these ad hoc committees can be a real opportunity. to allow a diverse group of voices from our community to have that voice and bring a valuable perspective to important issues such as housing. And a lot of people have already spoken about this, so I don't need to go into why I think it's a good idea. And I know the process for selecting who will sit on the ad hoc committees has had some negativity around it, and I think that's too bad because I think everyone is trying to do the right thing. I really believe that. But I do think the most important thing is that we do have diverse voices on these committees. And so I would strongly urge you tonight to vote for the amendment that process be done by the Appointments Committee. For a couple reasons. One, I think it's important to start from a place of transparency, and I think that's a really good place to start. And also, I think it's a wonderful opportunity to make sure that those diverse opinions are represented, so we can have an honest dialogue about some of these difficult issues. I think differences of opinion don't have to be a bad thing. Someone's opinion being different doesn't make them bad or anything, and I think dialogue is important. So I would encourage you to consider the amendment that this process be the Appointments Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and thank you for all the work you counselors are doing.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tom Kirk. Tom, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, folks. I just wanted to ask another question about the CWMP. We see on the agenda that you're going to go into executive session this evening to discuss the Park City wind situation in Centerville. And that's what I wanted to just address for a moment. About a year ago, exactly a year ago, the council then appropriated through 4 bills over $30 million to do study and engineering plans in that area, starting at Mothers Park down through Centerville Village, along Craigville Beach Road, Long Beach, and up into Craigville Village. The situation now appears that everything is on hold until the cost sharing agreement pans out. I'm not really sure what this litigation is that you guys are talking about relative to them. But the whole thing is just really a debacle, as you all know, for commerce. A year ago, when those 4 bills were appropriated, that whole area had been in phase 2. Most of it shifted to phase 1. A large part of Craigville Village, the north part of it, did not. It stayed in phase 2 with an asterisk, a note that said, oh, subject to funding for study and engineering plans. Well, that was a year ago, and now we are where we are. A couple of weeks ago, another $30 million was funded to continue other stuff, and that I think includes Shoot Flying Hill Road. I'm not really sure. At any rate, my point is that if you are in a place like Craigville, half the village is phase 1, the other half is phase 2, with like an asterisk next to it that like throws everything into being unknown. If you're going to do capital improvements, if you're going to buy or sell a property, all sewering stuff, all septic stuff becomes an issue with the Board of Health. And we just need some more clarification, I think, is really the answer. And I know you're working on it, and I appreciate that. But this new thing now, it's called the Centerville Sewer Expansion Project, or the South Phase, whatever. Can you tell us any more tonight about the few things that I've said? The last part I want to mention is that a lot of the cottages in Craigville, in the north section, 6 or 8 of them, are the original structures that are on the National Historic Register. They're over 140 or 150 years old. They are summer homes. They are uninsulated. They're unheated. And the taxes on those structures went up 20% this January. So, and a lot of us feel that we can't make any moves. So if you could address that, I'd appreciate it. And also last week or a couple of weeks ago when I spoke, President Penn, you said, go watch the new Kelly Colopy thing. I had just watched it prior to addressing the council. And I've watched all the videos for years on water resources. and I'm really up on it. And please help us out. And again, I thank you for your time tonight and look forward to any and all responses. And I will sign off because it's hard to be able to listen to this and be in the breakout room and all that. So I look forward to whatever comments you might have. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Hunt. Heather, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Heather Hunt from Barnstable. So the first place I showed up to work each day was the Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues on Capitol Hill. It gave me a firsthand view of female legislators trying to be comparable to their male counterparts. I actually hadn't thought much about that until the last meeting, watching President Penn playing by the rules, better than her predecessors, and getting lashed at, followed by an effort to undo the rules just this once so she can't exercise them. President Penn announced her intention months ago to form committees to do some work in public. Then she issued their scope and timelines, which is all by the books. She invited people, everyone, to raise their hands if they're interested, all open and transparent. She let it be known that this work would happen in public. Great, I thought. The Housing Committee hasn't met in a year, and the Housing Production Plan is a year overdue. The reaction by some was, hey, let's change the books. Let's not let this president exercise presidential power. I thought about past presidents and their ad hoc committees. These guys ran afoul of the rules regularly. The counselors who squawked the loudest last week were there at the time, knew it, and didn't care one bit. I thought about a past president forming an ad hoc committee and making himself its chair. That was expressly prohibited by the rules. No counselor squawking at President Penn now said one word then. I thought about another past president forming an ad hoc committee entirely outside of what the rules require. No counselor squawking at President Penn now said one word then. I thought about a past president telling me the only thing a prior ad hoc committee that had run amok was, quote, just another rung in the public input process. Counselors squawking about President Penn now were there and heard him and said not one word. I thought about an advisory committee to the council formed behind the scenes, we're happy to share those emails, comprised exclusively of public officials with business conflicts. We know that because they would later recuse themselves. Counselors squawking about President Penn now were made aware of that in writing and said not one word. It's weird why a council president who gets the rules out and turns to her colleagues in public and to the public and says, let's get work done by the rules, is met with angst and a demand to change the rules just for her. I'm grateful to see things running by the books. I ask you to treat presidents comparably. Please don't have tolerance for presidents breaking the rules depending on who is in the seat. Please don't waive the rules depending on who is in the seat. I'm grateful that you'll all soon move on to important substantive housing work that the entire community really needs you to do. And finally, I have to say, I, for one, am also really grateful President Penn is a person who has often been the only person in public body meetings encouraging specific measures to make housing affordable. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Henry Ramage. Henry, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, folks. Good evening. My name is Henry Ramage. I'm from Barnstable originally. I've now, after several years, been able to find a place where I can afford to live on my own. Now, that is only taken after being on the waiting list for town housing money for 10.5 years. 10.5 years on the waiting list is 10.5 years on the waiting list. Now, I can afford to live only by having 2 jobs. 2 jobs of being in a grocery store serving you your groceries. 2 jobs is going to be a full-time 2 jobs for me. I wish you to be working and be aware of your jobs, to be aware that for somebody of almost 30, living on Cape Cod is going to be a full-time position of being on Cape Cod having to do 2 jobs to be on Cape Cod. Going forward, on Cape Cod is going to be quite expensive for anybody, no matter the amount of housing that gets built. Housing is going to be built all around us, but for the amount of housing, the amount of affordable housing is not going to be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Grove Harris. Grove, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Maybe she didn't hear you, Lynn.
Grove, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
There we go.
Sure. I'm listening in the room and hearing Henry Ramage. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Hi, my name is Grove Harris, and I reside in West Barnstable. I want to thank the town council and really appreciate this exercise in democracy. I want to speak mostly to the wind farm, but just one comment on housing. We passed a climate emergency resolution a couple of years back about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we really are going to need to be very creative about considering all kinds of options and new formulations for what housing is going to look like, what sizes, what forms of sharing, all kinds of things. So I'm assuming that whatever committee that you've put together will receive input, and that everybody who is interested is not going to stay stuck in, though, we all have to have our own cottage on our own piece of land, because that does not meet the climate emergency that we've got going and the amount of housing that we're going to need moving forward. A couple of comments about our ongoing wind farm issues. One of the things I want to say is that public-private partnerships of large scale have a history of not working out so well for the public. One of the things that happens is the risks become on the public and the profits go to the private. I think we're working towards partnerships, and I've heard a lot of pieces of that, but I still think that the town might do well to think about getting in some insurance advisors. And we've never seen, or I have never seen, like what the entire big picture, what the entire footprint is, including what kind of electrification is going to be needed to take all that extra electricity off Cape and distribute it. What kind of risks are going to be associated with that? Are they much bigger kinds of wirings? Are there any risks with additional attraction to lightning? I don't know, but I think the town would be well served to ask questions about that. And if there are any proposed risks, to have an insurance company help us get these companies to consider those risks their problem rather than ours. One of the concepts I've seen is about ring fencing for essential public services, because leaving them entirely to private companies who have a profit motive is actually really dangerous for the public. So I know that I looked on Iberdrola's website, and they were talking about how there's competition in this wind farm stuff. And so where they're going to be going is into the infrastructure for the US. Okay, that's great, but it's, you know, we as a community, we as a country, we need players who are going to help us with all aspects of this and be on board for even the aspects that might not be the most profitable. I wanted to let you know that I heard some reporting about actually maliciously funded websites talking about excessive damages to whales that were not factual.
That's
and
3
that got a
minutes. If
lot
you
of
could finish up,
traction.
please.
So we are going to have to be really careful about subterfuge of information coming to us as fake news, and how do we interpret that. I also want to note that in Iberdrola's website, they talk a lot about community relations. And I think the thing is they're actually talking about maybe the entire Massachusetts, all of their customers. And we are actually what's known as a local community, and we deserve a different kind of understanding about the impacts on us. I know that this town council is not the decision maker of all aspects of this, but I just want us to continue to stand up and say we need to be setting a standard for a mutually beneficial business relationship that can be replicated all up and down the coast.
Excuse me, Grove, you've reached your 3 minutes.
And I think that is basically all I need to say today. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kim McGuire. Kim, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Kim McGuire, and I live in Hyannis, and I'm here tonight to say some thank yous. Number one, thank you to the town attorney for outlining protocol that all of us should follow when we address the town council. This is very important. They have a lot of work on their agenda, and we need to make our comment and let them listen to it, respond to it if necessary, and then move on. I understand that there is a code of conduct also for town council members. I suggest that that code of conduct be identified and dusted off and distributed among town council members. One of the things that I've seen in the past is town councilors during the long town council meetings texting on using their iPhones. I'd suggest that those iPhones be put aside during the town council meeting, that everyone pay attention to what's going on in the town council meeting, and maybe that be incorporated into the code of conduct. I want to thank President Penn for moving forward to form committees with representative from the communities. This has brought the community out. A lot of more people are attending the communities, a more diverse number of people are attending the community, to the town council meetings. I think this is excellent. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I'm looking for a very successful participation in your subcommittees on all of the issues, including housing, which was expressed by a number of our residents this evening. That's all I have to say. Just thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
There are no additional speakers.
Okay. Thank you. We good? All right. So we have council response to public comment. I'll start on my left. Mr. Mendez.
Thank you, President Penn. There's a couple things I'd like to address. First of all, the reconsideration about the question tonight. Me personally will always advocate for my constituents. Now, context is very important. Context is very important. I was in California on a family emergency. I tried to log into the meeting well before that vote and wasn't let in. So I don't think it's fair to my constituents that I don't get a vote. Does anybody think it's fair? We all know this council is razor thin either way. So by no fault of mine, or no fault by my constituents, I wasn't able to get on that meeting. I followed the rules. I followed the protocols and was still denied entrance into that council meeting. The second thing, I'm tired of the we're full stuff in Cape Cod Authentic. My family's 5 generations here. 5. Not 10 years, not 20 years, 5 generations. It's not up to us to judge who can come and who can't. It's not up to us. As I talked about before, after the building boom of the 1980s, I'm sure Mr. Kerry remembers this, there was a lot of people that didn't want the Washer Shores to come over the bridge. Why do you think we got 1-acre zoning, 2-acre zoning, Cape Cod Commission? If those same people had their way, a lot of you wouldn't be here now. So keep that in mind when we're sitting here railing against people trying to come down here and trying to have decent housing. And don't forget that a lot of us are getting advanced in age. Those people who are going to be taking care of us aren't here. They're coming from off Cape. 50% of the labor that comes on Cape daily comes from off Cape. Shake your head all you want, it's true. Okay. I'm on the job sites every day, so I know. Yeah, So, like I said, keep that in mind. What does that do? Whoever our local employers are paying that comes off Cape, where does that money go? New Bedford, Fall River, Providence, Plymouth, or wherever. So let's keep that in mind. Like I said, I find it rich that people who have been here for 10 years and 20 years are going to tell us who should live here and who shouldn't. Cape Cod hasn't been authentic to me for 40 years. But you don't see me advocating closing the bridges because I believe everybody has and deserves to live where they want to live, period. It's not up to us to deny people living or housing. Stop being selfish. Look at these kids that are born and raised here. As I've said before, both my daughters are registered nurses. Both make very good money. They can afford to live here, but they can't find a place. Is that fair to kids who grew up here? I don't think so. And I'm not a bridge closer. I have mine, but I want others to have theirs also. So let's remember that when we're sitting here railing against people living here. When we're sitting here pontificating about keeping Cape Cod authentic. Because like I said, in the 80s, those same people wouldn't want most of the people who advocate that policy here now.
Anybody else on my left? Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Penn. Appreciate that. Just want to thank everybody for a lot of conversation in regards to different topics. First, I want to recognize, I think it's important to recognize those on the Youth Commission. A big fan of, especially Piper. Coached Butler's Sporting Goods, baseball, and I think her experience in Barnstable Little League probably helped, her become that captain of that softball team now. So, and also Piper, my three boys at different times, all three of them were commissioners with Piper at different points, and so I always enjoyed attending that and seeing Piper very active, and Lake as well. I know the family, I know her twin brother, and also was on those baseball teams as well. And so congratulations, and thank you for staying during public comment, because you deserve to be thanked as the mom of Piper. So congratulations. She's a wonderful, wonderful young lady. Just again, want to, and thank you, President Penn, too, for allowing Mary Ann Barbosa to speak. And, all those who spoke, passionately about your experience. Craig, I really liked how you talked about your authentic experience and what that means to you and your reality of what, being and trying to live on Cape Cod and having that burden, so to speak, and watching others carry that as well. It's different for all of those, and I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. I was really excited to see mathematics teacher from Barnstable High School, Megan Morris, speak. I think that is a missing piece of the conversation, is the fact that we have so many retiring individuals from our services. We've felt it most recently probably in the police department, and that's why in a lot of ways we have a shortage on the police department currently, and then those who we're trying to hire, trying to find housing. And then, but now it will be the teachers. I was speaking with a friend of mine who will probably be retiring in the next 5 to 6 years. And he says, Matt, there's nobody coming up behind us because they cannot find housing. And again, having those opportunities, and I know the argument becomes about the form-based code. Form-based code is one part of the solution, possibly. We have to do something. We can't let perfection get in the way of progress. We can't say it was broken and not try anything at all. 4 stories, 3 stories wasn't working, 2.5 stories wasn't working. 4 stories, maybe it can pencil out a little bit more so that we can create more affordable housing. I'm not saying this because Mr. Brennan's in the room, but 307 Main Street, when I found out that the wind company was coming down and thinking about partnering with the town of Barnstable, Mark Ells and I met with them in Attorney Brennan's office and listened to how they have different levels of affordability in a place where you would have mixed incomes and opportunity. And I'm sorry to say, but that We're Full agenda came to the Hyannis Historic Commission meeting to try to influence and shut down that project at a historic commission when it already passed zoning by right. And every inch of the way, this has been fought by that We're Full agenda contingency. And, it's not like I'm looking to expose anything or anything like that, but the idea that, again, one parking spot per unit isn't acceptable when people who don't even own cars will probably be living there and walking across the street of public transportation. Again, that is and then the wind company coming in and doing, they're known for doing budget and wealth management classes with the people who live in their properties, and they own all their properties. They don't sell off their properties like many other developers. And now we have local developers that are worried that their permitting process is going to be affected by the fact that, oh my goodness, this is going to be a topic of conversation at a subcommittee. Those ad hoc subcommittees will exist. That is not up for vote tonight. So I would encourage anybody who is here or has left and you're still listening, please apply. Because we need that. We need your expression. We need your voices heard on those committees. And if you do not make it, it is a public hearing. Come and speak during public comment, and you have a voice. So even if you don't make the committee, you will still have a voice. So with that, yes, there were errors in the past in regards to some of our ad hoc committees, no doubt about it. And but we've worked to. Honestly, the way to correct that, I felt at that point in time with talking to Town Manager Ells, who was advising me of the missteps that happened. And he tried very hard to try to correct those as they were happening. Again, not necessarily trying to expose anybody or trying to find fault or find an aha moment, but just, look, there are rules here. And again, I'm not here to judge if it was done on purpose or not on purpose or by accident. But what I did was, as president, I said it's time to sunset the committee and just bring everything here to the dais and have discussions here in full public transparency. Thank you very much. And that is the catchphrase. Why I forgot that, I don't know. But again, 2A Main Street, that's going to be an opportunity to really make Hyannis a destination place. A lot of, if you look at other main streets that are on Cape Cod, Chatham, Falmouth, those are, those kind of competing Main Street destinations. They're two ways. And so having that opportunity, we do have challenges because our Main Street is a little bit longer, so we have to approach it maybe a little bit differently. And but that is something definitely that I have been in favor of in some time. The first time I met Jeff Speck at a conference in January of 2018. So I just, again, I want to give other councils an opportunity, but I just think it's important to know that I think marginalized classes of people are in favor of the appointments committee and of having that because they're afraid of what of that We're Full agenda and what that means to them. They have real fear about that and what some views of what authentic Cape Cod isn't what their experience is. Thank you.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, President Penn. And for those who took the time and trouble to speak tonight, we hear you. Thank you for your for bringing your concerns to our attention. I, for one, embrace different voices and different perspectives. I think that we make for better decision making when we have people with different input or different life experiences to contribute to our problem solving. I, for one, very much respect the town's process and our established code, but I have to say our code specifically directs the town council president to populate ad hoc committees, not the appointments committee. I reread the code, and the appointments committee does not have the authority to recommend members to ad hoc committees. Section 37(6) says that the Appointments Committee makes recommendations to the Town Council, quote, on specific multi-member boards, committees, and commissions. And one of the ad hoc committees that is proposed is the Rules Committee. So if we collectively wish to change the rules, that's the process by which we do it. Those meetings are definitely, as all our meetings, open to the public. So all these impassioned voices, please come, and I echo what Councillor Levesque said, come and help with our problem solving. Attend the meetings, have your say at public comment, and bring some fresh ideas so that we can step on the gas and solve these problems. I think that the subcommittee, Housing's ad hoc subcommittee, will elevate the attention that we're paying to housing, bringing the what do I want to say? The power of elected officials to focus on solving the housing crisis that is, as was described at the microphone more than once, a problem for many communities, including Barnstable and those beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. To my right, Councilor Lucky.
Thank you. I think Councillor Clark basically said everything I wanted to say, and she said it beautifully. Thank you for that. I do want to make a comment to one of the things that Councillor Vec said, that he said this we're full agenda came to the historic meeting and kind of hijacked it. I don't think that's accurate. I think the Main Street Historic Waterfront Commission is a regulatory, I know it is. I know it's a regulatory commission. It has the full authority to act as a regulatory body on equal standing with all of the other regulatory commissions. And to say that the We're Full agenda did that, it really gives a discredit to the citizens, and it is all citizens that are members of that committee and are doing their due diligence to weigh that. I mean, I've always thought that that highlights some of the issues with that form-based code, that we have a historic community and we put the form-based code, which necessitates tearing down buildings. So it sets up a real dilemma for those folks. And I certainly admire them. I was the liaison. I'm no longer the liaison. So I watched very carefully. So I really admire that committee, and I think they're doing their due diligence. Tom Kirk, absolutely. I think it's so critical that we take a very close look at the comprehensive waste management plan. I agree with you. There's been some changes there that maybe are questionable. I feel that entire plan needs to be audited. We need to look at decisions we've made, how we've made them. Is it really the best to do this in-house? It needs to be looked at very carefully because it's taking the preponderance of our budget for the next 30 years or so. And with that large exposure, we really need to be careful with that. So, Tom, I appreciate your comments on that. They're very well taken. And again, I said I echoed Chris Clark. The passion that was demonstrated here tonight is fantastic. And it gives me the confidence that establishing these ad hoc committees is exactly what we need to do to capture the passion that's out there and fix this. And I thought Grove made some good points that, let's look at the different solutions to housing. Let's think about that. How do we solve housing? Maybe there's less traditional ways that we can look at. And Kim McGuire with the cell phones, there is a rules committee, as Chris Clark, one of the ad hoc committees. And I think in the current rules there is that the agendas will be hand-delivered to the councilors' houses, I think is in there. Cell phones weren't around when those rules were written. And I agree, I don't think the cell phone should be used here on the dais. I think we should focus our full attention on the citizens here and our work. It's very important. And I have to end with Marianne Barbosa because I just love Marianne. She's so genuine. And as she said, the strong young ladies coming up are two ladies that let us off here, Piper and Lake. Absolutely amazing. Two beautiful young women showing that we have powerful voices at all levels, all demographics in this wonderful town. Thank you.
Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, President Penn. Thank you for all coming out tonight. I just want to make the statement that I don't think we're full in the town of Barnstable. And in fact, I think over the last several years, maybe 10, 15, 20, we've been losing people. And we've been losing the very people that really create community, the people who work here, the people who go to our schools, that teach, that really unite us in our identity. And so, no, we're not full. The challenge is we have a lot of housing stock in the town of Barnstable, and a lot of it isn't occupied very much of the year. So we've got an imbalance between bricks and mortar or wooden shingles and the number of people who can afford to live here. And this is going to be a challenging task for us to go forward and find a way that we can maintain a diverse and vibrant community without necessarily, building every piece of green space that we have in our town. I think most of us who are supporting a housing agenda are also supporting the quality of life that we have and enjoy here. So it's a tough path to figure out. So I'm extremely excited by the engagement that has been in this room tonight, and I hope that all of you stay engaged. There are many ways right now to have your voices heard. The local comprehensive planning committees are meeting in various villages throughout the month of April. That's an important planning process that your voices are critical to be heard. If you don't know where those are, we'll make sure to mention it in the town manager's report so you know when those are occurring. How the committees will eventually be selected is to be determined. The citizen representation will be a minority component of those committees. That doesn't mean if you're not on that committee, you shouldn't show up or at least have a way to have comment on the work that we're doing. So again, thank you, and the work continues.
Thank you. Seeing no other hand.
Can I do a quick follow-up, please, President Penn?
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Quick was the key word.
Okay, thank you, President Penn. I think this is important because this is a point I was going to make at the last meeting in regards to rules, and yes, rules should be followed, but at the same time, I think in the spirit of transparency, the first item in the town manager's report last meeting was about town manager L's and the appointment of who's going to represent the town of Barnstable on the Cape Cod Commission. And the point was that town manager L's, who has the full authority to appoint that person unilaterally, decided that after talking with the town council president and leadership, that he would decide that he was going to do it differently. And instead of just, we've had Fred Chirigotis, former town councilor for 12 years, president for 4. I believe he's interested in still staying on. He's been on for 3 years. And instead of just, allowing that, again, outside and making it more transparent, town manager Ells is allowing other applicants to apply for the position and then utilizing, I believe, at least one, if not 2 other counselors to help make that decision. So I think sometimes, if looking at a process in the spirit of transparency and where we are, it is good to change the rules for that to happen. So I think that's what the public's looking for it to happen here at the town council. And again, I commend Town Manager Ells for the willingness to do that. Did the same thing with the local comprehensive plan committee, and he did not have to do that. But every one of those members, all those interviews were done with Jen Cullum and David Bogan at the time, council of Precinct 5. And the process was followed that way when he could have just, and then brought it for ratification to the town council. Again, something that did not have to happen. So I just want to, again, make that point. And, I was in favor of having those discussions that were going to happen in housing, and in no way, shape, or form, Council Lucky, where I was criticizing the actual commissioners on the Historic Commission. I think my point was that the willful agenda was expressed to the Historic Commission. One of those people, again, I'm sorry, but it was President Penn, and against an affordable project on different levels of affordability. So I appreciate the efforts, but at the same time, I can understand why people would like another level of balance. Thank you.
Councilor Neary?
Thank you, Madam President. A little bit of a dust-up, certainly since the motion at the last meeting. I just would like to kind of state something, at least what my thoughts were, and I hate to say it, but kind of the writing was on the wall. The motion was to do just that, was to suspend the rules with the thought in mind that it would relieve some pressure off the leadership of this council. And what really hasn't been touched upon is that the president has the right to pick all the members of the appointments committee, which she's done. And I certainly have full trust in that committee. It wasn't, this action wasn't to create a stir-up. It was basically to relieve pressure. And I'm not sure the final result has proven that the pressure was relieved, but maybe exacerbated a little bit. And that really is not the intention of the whole motion that I made. And I hope that's clear. Frankly, it was to avoid all this. But here we are. And I guess it's possibly back before us again. And so the votes will come. But I just really need the folks to understand that that's really what my intention was. It's kind of a pressure relief valve. And again, the appointments committee is certainly capable of looking at all the possible nominees for that particular board. Thank you very much.
I'm going to respond to public comment. I want to state that the misinformation I hear couldn't be more off the mark. I am not anti-housing. I am not elitist. And I do not support increasing regulations. I support affordable housing over market rate housing. I'm going to say it again. I support affordable housing over market rate housing. I want the town to be more proactive in creating housing, which is why I work to get a housing committee, subcommittee together. What I am opposed to is a system that prioritizes those who personally profit from it over the interests of the general public. And this is why we're having this problem for the last month. Also, since I represent Precinct 13, which is Hyannis, I am dedicated to preserving the history and the character of Hyannis. So I've heard every single comment in this room. I do not have an agenda to increase regulations. I don't have an agenda to stop building housing. I just want it to be built for the people who need it, just like you're asking for, okay? Just want to clear the air. All right. Next on the agenda is Town Manager Communications. We have a summary. Does anybody have any questions? There was a great video that came out. There was a good report. Reminder for the Cape Cod Commission, that deadline is tomorrow, I believe, April 5th. So as Councilor Levesque reminded everybody, that if you have any intent for applying to the Cape Cod Commission, your deadline is tomorrow. There was an update on the budget action calendar, an update on Vineyard Wind information regarding safety and compliance at Colville's Beach, response to questions on substations and wind projects. I think Mr. Kirk maybe asked a few of those questions, and I know, I think the town manager was responding to some of that also, other than the general questions that he's also received. Update on the Cape Cod and Island Water Protection Fund Management Board Executive Committee approach to funding wastewater infrastructure projects. And update by Planning and Development Department on housing in Barnstable in a regional context and the local comprehensive plan. Are there any questions for Town Manager Els? Did you want to give us anything filling in the blanks? I don't see any hands, so I'm moving along. There's a hand. Council Starr.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is section 4, the last sentence. Says, we plan to share additional information on water resource management planning with the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs regarding ongoing efforts in Barnstable, specifically West Barnstable. Could you flesh that out for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. And certainly any aspect here or, at any time, be comfortable to ask questions. But so I have been receiving questions from the public in several categories. I think a little bit I feel as though, the comments of Director Santos were taken a little bit differently than intended by him, which was to be informative based on what he saw relevant to dielectric fluid that is being used or being proposed to be used in substations. And so I tried to give some clarity to the fact that, and I'll come to your question in a second, a little clarity to the fact that what he said doesn't mean that we don't have significant concerns about any land use or specifically substations on top of our drinking water supply. We absolutely do. And we wouldn't have put the time in to try to get the containment systems in the host community agreement if that wasn't the case. The history with substations and transformers on poles even is that those fluids are of concern. Fortunately, what they're proposing now, as long as we verify it and it's what they say, is less concerning. And that's exactly what Director Santos tried to share with everyone. So I do support his comments. What you asked about was, I've had questions regarding, does the state of Massachusetts, does the EFSB know that we're looking comprehensively at water resource management in Barnstable? And more specifically, where we don't already have zone 2s, which are zone 2s become adopted as, or at least a subsection of it, will be either a GP zone, groundwater protection zone, or a WP zone, a wellhead protection zone. So where we don't have those, yet we're doing this comprehensive look at water resource management in town. It's the 2019 study that DPW has done. It's been available and publicly discussed, sometimes misinterpreted what was stated, but that's okay. It's a complicated document. Do they know it exists? And my answer is, I don't know. I mean, certainly we've talked with water supply, but does EFSB know when they're thinking about substations? Did MEPA reference it when they did environmental review, for example? I don't know. So what I'm going to do is send the links for that to all the top state officials and say, please look at this, and please talk with us, Barnstable, about these studies. Because, for example, if someone's concerned about, well, where's the zone 2 going to be for a future potential water supply, and Barnstable needs to protect its water resources and its future drinking water, it could take 3 to 5 years to go through the process of formally identifying that. And land uses, when it's not protected to that level, could create future problems for us. Look at, our treatment plant has been where it is in Hyannis since 29, maybe 1930. There weren't water supplies, there then. Our landfill, same thing. I mean, you can go location by location. So I understand the questions, they're good questions. I didn't have a better answer, so what I'll do is I'll make those links available, I'll reference it, and we can hopefully have a discussion. I think some of the comments about this committee report, everybody, I sent it to Cynthia, and I think Cynthia forwarded it around. Please read it. It's a long, I mean, I think I've got, oh yeah, here it is right here. It's a fairly large document. But basically, it's going to streamline and centralize decision-making relevant to infrastructure related to the grid, and specifically, permitting and siting of solar, wind turbine, on land, offshore, whatever. You ought to take a look at it, because it's going to be interesting to see what comes of it. The biggest concern, though, for me, is we offered to participate, and they didn't engage us. So go back to, we've offered to share information, the good work that Public Works and our community is doing on protecting water resources. I hope they engage us. We'll continue to try. So that's why it's in there.
So it just seems that, as a town, we're taking a risk. I mean, we've got containment, but we're still taking a risk, and the EFSB hasn't really backed that up at all, with insurance or some kind of disaster fund or.
That letter went out as well.
Okay.
You'll be getting that from me. I sent it to the governor.
Okay.
We've been asking for this for a year. Actually, Steve Exaros also just sent a similar letter. I can forward it to you, but we didn't talk to each other either specifically. I had been talking to Julian, Sarah, and Kippy about this. Julian for the longest, Kippy more recently. But
is that something we should do as a town council? I mean, we could also.
I'll talk to Karen Nober and have her advise on how the council might reinforce that effort.
The more the merrier in my book.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Turkelson.
Along that lines, when you're explaining that we have the 2019 report that showed the Bridge Street conservation area as a potential well going forward, and if we know it takes 3 to 5 years, that was 2019, here we are in 2023. We know we have
2024.
Oh, sorry. I've been having trouble with that lately, sorry. Here we are in 2024. And if it takes 3 to 5 years, we know that wind probably isn't going away, and there's more and more and more. Why wouldn't we be more proactive in working towards conserving that potential well field now, instead of saying, well, it's a laborious process and it takes 3 to 5 years? What are we waiting for, I guess is my question, because if that is a producing well potentially, that's much more than the other ones around it as identified in that report. It seems like we just keep putting it off and putting it off, when maybe we should think about getting that going now.
Let me put a better, let me think about, it's not being put off. It's a complex issue. We have multiple districts as well as the town of Barnstable that provide water in this community. So we want to make sure that we're sensitive to all of those. And in this case, West Barnstable doesn't have a public water purveyor in West Barnstable. It's private wells. And so, besides the technical review of investigation, there are many, there are many, I don't know if I want to call them institutional issues or legal issues, community issues that we need to work through with our community as a whole. So it's just not as simple as we would like it to be, and you're suggesting it could be. On the other hand, you're right. As long as we haven't defined it and protected it, and we have land use on it, there's risk to it. And this just isn't certainly the grid that supports, the movement or the supply or the movement of electricity on Cape Cod is only one of many uses. But the bottom line is, it's about getting those protections in place if that is a future potential location. So I think it would be better to have Director Santos or his staff, maybe perhaps another workshop we have. I know we've got a lot of them lined up, but I think that I can better answer your question than I'm doing right now, but it won't happen that quickly, quite honestly. We have, you can ask Councilor Clark, it's quite a divisive issue at times as to whether the town of Barnstable should be looking in the town of Barnstable, but in the village of West Barnstable to site a public water supply well. It's just, it is a complicated issue in this community.
So knowing that there's many people that need to be involved, why are we not, then the question would be that I guess I should ask more clearly.
Sure.
Why are we not getting those people together now, having those conversations, knowing that it takes a lot of work to get a lot of consensus and to then formulate a plan from there that could take 3 to 5 years in those other areas and arenas that are maybe more clearly defined. I'm wondering why we're not doing that conversation now, knowing it's a laborious process.
Well, I mean, Director Santos, please come up and correct me, but I'll give you a short answer. We are, and we have been. And so, Dan, do you want to, am I okay with that statement? You are. Thank you, sir. And we will give better detail to you in the very near future, okay? By our next town council meeting, okay? Okay. Thanks. That's an excellent question.
Good question.
This is a big issue for the town. It's good news on the Cape and Islands Water Protection Trust Fund with the modifications to the the bylaws and the ability into the foreseeable future for us to be looking at, as long as we're listed on the intended use plan, for us to be looking at 25% principal subsidies. That is a significant opportunity for communities to continue to advance their comprehensive wastewater management plans.
So can I ask one question about that?
Yes, sir.
So the 25% subsidy is no longer taken right off the top the first, I mean, eventually will no longer be taken right off the top the first year? Or, I mean, is it?
Yeah, it wasn't that way. It ended up, it wasn't financial. Do you want me to give you the long answer?
I don't know.
No.
No.
It isn't a 4-year distribution. Now it goes to a 25% principal subsidy over the life of the loan.
Okay.
That's the quick answer.
Change, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Good answer.
Thank you. Awesome.
I know, I'm
Well
sorry.
done.
I'm sorry.
Are we all set? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
In our, to back up the end of his report, in our mailboxes today was that list. Not that you haven't had a lot of emails on that, but all the local comprehensive plan sessions, some of which have already occurred and have been well attended, I understand. So that's a backup to, I think, the last item on that report. Next item is acceptance of the minutes. Is anybody, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Second by Council Crowe. Is there any discussion, changes, anything else? No? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstain? One abstention. Council Menendez.
Can I make one comment?
Council Starr.
Along with the town manager's report, we got a report from the Planning and Development Department about housing. I'd just like to mention that it's available. Last week, somebody said that we were the second from the last in affordable housing units on Cape Cod, and that's not true. So the Planning and Development Department put together a document that explains where we are and a lot more about housing. So I think people should take a look at it.
In the region.
In
Right.
the region, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Council Clark.
Thank you very much. And to Councilor Starr's point, is that document available for the public, and where can they find it?
It's been posted to the town council page under presentations.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to go through communications, then we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll start on the meat and potatoes. Communications from elected officials. Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, is that where the application for the committees is also posted on the town council website?
Yes, it's on the right side, and it actually says application for subcommittee.
Okay. On
It
the
differentiates.
Town council website.
Town
Okay.
council page.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, no communications? Yeah, Councilor Mendez.
Thank you, President Penn. Just like to announce that the Appointments Committee is currently doing reappointments. So if anybody's interested in possibly sitting on a committee, please get your applications in.
And they would find that where?
Town Council website, Town of Barnstable website.
There you go. You want a question about how to fill out that form or something to do with that? Please approach the microphone. I'm making an exception for Ms. Rhodes. Please make sure the mic's on.
My question is that I understand people need to be residents or voting constituents, and they can't be people who work in the area.
No, they need to be residents and voters in the town of Barnstable.
Thank you.
Not any specific village, just the town.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Communications? Council Snack.
Thank you.
Part B.
Thank you, President Penn. I wanted to announce that this Sunday, April 7th, is another Millbilly breakfast at the Liberty Hall from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning. And this is a wonderful buffet of food for really a reasonable price of $10. And I wanted to make sure I was able to give the announcement because I wanted to shout out to Councillor Levesque for his incredible contributions to this event every time we have it. And he's able to procure a lot of the food at no cost, and so really it makes the ability for us to raise money for our scholarship funds all the better. So please join us this Sunday, April 7th at Liberty Hall.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, President Penn. And in the same vein, this coming Saturday, 2 days from today, is the West Barnstable Annual Spaghetti Supper. So please join us at the West Barnstable Fire Station. You just get in line and pay as you go. And typically it's a good coming out in the spring for our residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I want to announce that we are having our next workshop, part of our series about drinking water. So it's a special town council meeting because that's how they call a workshop. Okay, it's scheduled for Thursday, April 11th, so a week from today at 6 p.m. If you're part of the public, because we can't fit too many people in this room, you need to watch this live. Either you can stream it from the town website, or you can watch on Channel 8 or HD 1072, I believe it is. And the subject matter of this is we're going to talk about PFAS. It's the second workshop, as I said to you before. Invited speakers include each district's public water supply system, Barnstable County, Cape Cod Gateway Airport, Silent Spring, who has already agreed, I believe, to participate. And we're trying very hard to get Mass DEP to come. Future workshops, of which there will be some, will focus on surface and coastal resources. The public is welcome, and we hope you do. Please submit questions, and you can submit your questions in advance by noon the day before, okay? So by next Wednesday at noontime, if you have questions about PFAS in the water, treatment, anything to do with water supply as regards to that, please email your question to council@town.barnstable.mass.us. So we hope that you will, if you make statements, we're not going to read them, but if you ask questions, we absolutely will read them and try to answer them during the workshop, okay? So you will start seeing this on doors and posted bulletin boards, et cetera, and the last workshop was a real success, and we hope this one is too. Any other communications? If not, we're going to take a break. It's almost 8:15 now. How about 10 minutes, like 8:25? Thank you. Just waiting for everybody to take their seats. Who are we missing? Mr. Mendez. Here he comes, Gordon. Okay, next on the agenda is the fiscal year 2025 capital improvement plan presentation. Mark Milne and CFAC, which stands for Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee. Too many acronyms. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, councilors. Mark Milne, Director of Finance. Good to see you all this evening. I'm here tonight to present to you an overview of the capital improvement budget for fiscal year 25 and the 5-year capital improvement plan, which was submitted to you back on March 4th. Also joining me tonight for the first time in a few years are members of our Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee sitting here in the front row behind me. It's a pleasure to have them here this evening. They will share a few slides that provide you an overview of their report on our capital plan. So jumping into the presentation, the topics we'll cover tonight are the program funding sources, our policies around capital planning, why capital planning is important for a community, the contents of your capital plan book, and the Comprehensive Financial Advisory's report, the highlights of their report. The types of funding that we typically use for financing our capital program include targeted grants, cash reserves. We've created several different cash reserves, and I'll show you what those are. General obligation bonds, these are loans. Because many of these projects are very costly, we have to take loans out to finance them, and then the payback of those loans have multiple year operating budget impacts. We also take loans from the Mass Clean Water Trust for our water and sewer projects when they're eligible. We have the Community Preservation Program that can fund some of our capital improvements. There is a grant program through the Massachusetts School Building Authority. It's very competitive and they have limited resources, but it does exist. And from time to time, we may receive funding from that program. And then we have the Chapter 90 program, which is a state program that provides funding for communities for your public road infrastructure. Targeted grants, these are typically federal and state grant programs. Again, most very competitive. We continue to search for these types of grants even after appropriation by the town council. We don't stop looking for grants once you appropriate funds for a project. We're always looking for grants that may apply to an appropriation that the council has made. And it puts us sometimes in a better position for that competitive grant process if we have an existing appropriation by the town council, because they'll see that the community is committed to that project. Some examples here are listed here for grants that we've received recently for our capital program. There are many others, but those are just some. Our airport improvement program is the only entitlement we currently receive. That is a grant program where we receive about $1.9 million annually from the Federal Aviation Administration to manage the capital program out at the airport. And then, of course, the biggest grant we receive right now are subsidies from the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund and the Mass Clean Water Trust, and those are used to offset the loans that we take out for our sewer and drinking water projects. We have several cash reserves that we've created over the years. Of course, our general fund free cash is one. Our enterprise funds and undesignated fund balances or undesignated retained earnings are another. We have created through special legislation a sewer construction and private way improvement fund, which is credited with 100% of our local meals tax and a third of the local rooms tax from traditional lodging. We have created through the town council process a comprehensive water management stabilization fund, which is credited with 100% of the local rooms tax on short-term rentals. We have, again, created through the town council process a water supply stabilization fund, which is credited with payments received under the Vineyard Wind Host Community Agreement. And of course, we have a long-standing stabilization fund, our capital trust fund, which receives general fund resources, or portion of our general fund resources are dedicated to that trust fund on an annual basis to help finance our capital program. So general obligation bonds, these are used to finance major capital expansions or projects. They're loans, just like we would take out for mortgage to buy a house. They can either be competitively bid or negotiated. 99% of them are competitively bid. We're trying to get the best rate. It's a very unique transaction when they ever are negotiated. We've never negotiated a bond. We've always competitively bid them. Projects are pooled, and we usually issue a general obligation bond once a year. You'll make multiple appropriations, sometimes not just during the capital budget process, but throughout the year as opportunities come up. We'll pool all those projects together and do one bond issue a year because it's a very time-consuming, costly process to issue a general obligation bond. Interest rates are influenced by market conditions at the time of issuance. How many players are out there in the market? What are the investors looking for? What are the interest rates currently trending at? So there's a lot of different conditions that impact what we end up getting for an interest rate. They're secured by the full faith and credit of the town, meaning our property tax base. That's even so for our enterprise fund obligations that we pay back through enterprise fund operations. Those are backed by property taxes ultimately. If we can't make them through the enterprise funds, we still got to pay them back, and we'll have to use property taxes, but that doesn't happen. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8, identify all the purposes for which a community can borrow for. And those amortization periods for those purposes range anywhere from 5 years to 30 years. And again, those annual loan payments are included in future operating budgets. So every time we issue a bond, we have to make sure that we plan out for the next 5 to 30 years that that loan payment is going to be included in those future operating budgets. Mass Clean Water Trust loans, they manage 2 revolving loan programs, one for water projects, drinking water projects, and one for sewer projects. Federal and state funds provide the capitalization funds to create these trusts. Every state has them in the country. The EPA provides funding to the states, and the states use that funding to create these capitalized loan programs. The Department of Environmental Protection at the state level managed project development and oversight, but the trust, Mass Clean Water Trust, manages the flow of funds to borrowers. The project to be financed through this trust, the project must be listed on the Department of Environmental Protection's intended use plan to be eligible for principal subsidies, either through the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund or the Mass Clean Water Trust, and to be financed through the trust. The trust provides 0% interim loans to fund project costs until the permanent financing is conducted by the trust. So that's a good program for us. We don't have to go out and do temporary loans while we're constructing the project. The trust will finance that at 0%. And there is a cap. There is a limitation as to what we can borrow on an annual basis through the trust. It's $50 million for clean water projects and $15 million a year for drinking water projects. So if we have a $200 million sewer project, for example, that's going to be financed through the trust, they'll issue that. The most we can borrow is $50 million a year, so it'll take 4 years to borrow the whole $200 million project. It'll probably take us longer than that to spend $200 million. The Community Preservation Fund. This started out as the land bank. Remember the land bank back in 1998, I think it was. And it was really just the Cape Cod Land Bank at that time. And it turned out to be such a successful program that the state created general legislation and created the Community Preservation Act for all 351 cities and towns to participate or have the opportunity to vote to adopt this. And it's funded with a 3% surtax on real estate tax bills. That surtax goes into a special revenue fund. The funds are restricted for open space and recreation purposes, historic preservation purposes, and community housing projects. We can issue bonds to finance these projects under this program and use the surtax revenues to pay those bonds back. Currently, we take in about $4.2 million a year in surtaxes. That increases about 3.5% a year, the same increase as the tax levy pretty much. And the state trust fund does provide some matching funds for this program on an annual basis. Another funding source potentially is the Mass School Building Authority. This is a program where the state dedicates 1 penny of the state's 6.25% sales tax to fund this program. They're capped at $1.2 billion in fiscal year '24. There are no entitlements under this program. It's a competitive process. Their core program are major renovations and new constructions for schools. They don't put a lot of money into window and door projects, roof projects, boilers and things like that. They're focusing on major renovations and new construction. They do have an accelerated repair program. It is for roofs, windows, and doors. They paused that in fiscal year '23. They reopened it in fiscal year '24, but they don't provide a lot of funding for those programs. Each district, each school district, is assigned a reimbursement rate. The base rate's 31%, and then it goes up adjusted for 3 factors based on a community's income, their property wealth, and their poverty levels. So every community has a different percentage rate. The Chapter 90 program is a program that is provided, again, from the state. They authorize every year, you'll often hear the governor authorize a $200 million bond bill for the Chapter 90 program. That's typically what it's been for several years now, $200 million a year. We get about 1% of that, or $2 million every year. It's allocated based on road mileage, population, and employment. Eligible projects include construction, equipment, and consultant services for public roads. Some examples of recent projects. We had 3, C Street, Hyannis, Barnstable Village Streetscape, and Marston's Mills Village Center. As you can see, they're all expensive projects, and we have to pool a few years of Chapter 90 monies and wait for those. So we have enough money to do a project of that size because we only have $2 million a year. And so at $5-6 million, it's 3 years of Chapter 90 fundings that we pool and wait before we can do a project of that magnitude. Our apportionment, again, fiscal year '24 was just under $2 million. In addition to that, we've received our first fair share amendment apportionment of almost $1 million. And that was funded from what? The new millionaire's tax, exactly. It went to education and transportation. And they put about $100 million into transportation for local communities and funneled it through the Chapter 90 program. And we got about 1% of that, or $1 million. So we're getting, and that's going to be repeated in fiscal year '25, is what we're being told. So now we're up to about $3 million a year in Chapter 90 program funds, which has allowed us to reduce our commitment to our public roads program by $1 million that was coming out of the Capital Trust Fund. So that allowed us to dedicate or redirect $1 million to other capital programs within the town's general fund. So it was good news. These funds are not subject to appropriation on an annual basis from the town council. Our policies for capital planning are contained, first of all, in Section 6.5 of our town charter, which requires an annual 5-year plan to be developed. It must be submitted at least 30 days prior to the operating budget. We submitted it to you on March 4th, March 4th. And then we must act on this plan, all these appropriations, before the last day of May. So by May 31st, we have to act on all of the capital appropriations. Section 401-37 of the town manager's regulations require a task force to evaluate the project submissions. We do that. We've invited our CFAC group in to observe that process for the past few years now and to comment on that. And any project that's less than $50,000 will be considered part of the operating budget. We don't make it eligible for the capital planning process. And projects that are equal to or greater than $250,000 can be debt financed. So anything less than that, we have to pay with cash. The purpose of a capital budget and a plan, these are very large expenditures. They require more scrutiny on a community's behalf. We have to consider what the impact is on the future growth in the community, what the future operating budget impact is, what service levels they can provide for. These decisions don't repeat every single year, so you don't want to put them in the operating budgets. Your operating budgets would fluctuate wildly if you put these large expenditures from year to year in there. Many of these items are financed with debt issues, and that locks up future operating dollars to our elected bodies, because now we got fixed loan payments, reducing your budget flexibility, and it binds our future governing boards. So these are important decisions. And of course, this plan helps establish priorities for the community and align our funding priorities with other significant plans, like a strategic plan, a local comprehensive plan, and so forth. So part one of your budget book includes an overview of the projects that were submitted. We have $866 million of submissions over the next 5 years, half of that being in the comprehensive wastewater management plan, with about $269 million submitted for fiscal year 25. We're not bringing all of them forward for funding, but we are bringing forward about 60 projects totaling $240 million. Part two of the budget book explains the review process that we go through in developing the budget, or the plan and the budget. The round one of the review process assigns a priority ranking of 1 through 4 to identify our must-do and should-do projects, eliminating the ones that we could do and would like to do, really focusing on must-dos and should-dos. Focus is mainly on projects requesting funding for that immediate fiscal year or fiscal year 25. We're not really focusing on the outer years at this point for funding because they're not requesting funding for fiscal year 25. But it's important to have them scheduled so you know what's in the pipeline. Round two of the scoring takes that same group of projects that we ranked in round one and applies them again, or ranks them against 10 strategic priority areas. Those are identified in part two of your budget book. And then the results of that ranking are illustrated on pages 16 and 17 of your budget book. Part three of the book could provide you a status of all our existing appropriations. We have about 200 active capital appropriations that we're working with between our general fund and all of our enterprise funds, and most of them are anywhere from 50 to 70% either expended or encumbered. So there's a lot of work in process right now. Part four of the budget book illustrates a 5-year funding capacity currently with these resources that we've created and identified. For the general fund, we have the capacity to issue about $12 to $16 million a year for the next 5 years in new borrowing authorizations. And we have the capacity to fund about $7 to $9 million a year in cash-funded projects. Our comprehensive wastewater management plan, we've created multiple resources dedicated for that program, and we can cover all the projects listed in fiscal year 25 and 26 with the available resources that we've created. It's fiscal year 27 and beyond that becomes problematic for us, and CFAC will talk a little bit more about that this evening. We have enterprise funds. They're going to require about, and mainly we're focusing on our solid waste, sewer, and water enterprise funds. We're looking at anywhere from 5 to 7% rate increases a year to fully implement everything that they're looking at for those operations. Other enterprise fund operations will require likely rate adjustments to allow for some of the financing or all of the financing of their scheduled improvements, but that's subject to remaining market competitive as well. If we're going to do a significant improvement to our golf operations, for example, that's going to require rates to go up 50, 100%, people aren't going to play golf anymore in our facilities. So we have to be conscious of the market conditions as well. And for our debt position analysis, we provide a comprehensive overview of all of our outstanding obligations, and as well as an explanation of the limitations that we have for issuing debt. So that's all included in part 4. Part 5 gets to the exciting part, what we're going to bring forward next year for funding. We have 60 projects totaling $242 million. Most of that, again, is the comprehensive wastewater management plan, about $170 million. 2 large projects there and a third smaller one. But you can see $10 million for our school facilities, almost $40 million for our water supply. That's for a new filtration plant. And again, I think this is the largest in terms of dollars and the number of projects that I've seen for the town of Barnstable. But the good news is we have identified all the funding sources. We wouldn't bring these forward for your consideration if we didn't have the resources to finance all of this. It's been our policy not to bring forward an appropriation without identifying the resources first. Possible other out-of-cycle projects are included on this list. Again, this is in Part 5 of your budget document. These are many of these projects are going to go before the Community Preservation Committee for their consideration because we're looking for partial funding from them for some of these projects. And we will have them act on that first, make their decision as to whether or not they're going to provide funding before we bring it to the council for your vote. So these will likely happen out of budget cycle. We do have one project we have identified that's potentially eligible for the Kirkman Trust Fund. And then we have 4 projects listed here that we intend on using Chapter 90 monies for. So I think that concludes my comments, and at this time, Madam President, I'd like to turn it over to the chair of our Finance Committee, Lillian Wu, who would like to make some introductory comments regarding the good work that this committee is doing, and then from there, we'll go into presenting the highlights of their report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Director Mill. Good evening. I'm really excited to be here. I have been a member of CFAC for almost 12 years and the chair for 5. But this is the first time that I've been a speaker before you. We're here to present a summary of CFAC's report on the capital budget and the 5-year plan. But before we get into that, I thought I'd like to take a couple of minutes to explain to you, to describe what we do on CFAC and how it fits into what you do. The administrative code says that CFAC does 3 things. 1, it provides financial advice to Mark Ells, the town manager, on the capital plan. 2, it provides financial advice to you, the town council, on the operating budget. And 3, it provides financial advice to you and Manager Ells on long financial planning, long range. The first 2 are clear. The third one, we cannot take an initiative. It depends entirely on specific requests from either you or the town manager. So that's what CFAC does. Now, how does CFAC fit into what you do? CFAC is smack in the middle of the budget process. You, the town council, are the bookends. You set the strategic plan and the fiscal policy on the front end, and then you review and make the final decisions on the budget at the end. And in between both ends is town administration and finance. And each year, the proposed annual budgets are taken into account the fiscal policy, as well as other factors such as the economy, inflation, interest rates, and changes in local needs and requirements. As Mark just told you, every year's proposed capital budget shows funding sources to pay for each project. And the accompanying 5-year plans are projections of what needs to be done so that you can use your fiscal policy to plan ahead. Past and present town council fiscal policies have planned very well for future needs. This is why Barnstable has such a strong financial position, and our general fund budgets have generally had surpluses every year. Before I joined CFAC, I worked on state budgets for 35 years, as a legislative and policy advisor to state legislators and state officials. And I can tell you, the Barnstable budget is the tightest budget I have ever seen. There is no fat. We are lucky to have Mark Ells as our town manager and Mark Milne as our director. Together, they put together accurate forecasts and budgets that not only fund the capital, but also our services and operations, and they prepare for our future needs. These two guys know where every nickel is, and they have the expertise to adapt to big and small changes. So, as I said earlier, CFAC is in the middle of the process. Our evaluations are intended to provide independent and objective assessments of the proposed budgets. We have no vested interest that would influence or skew our conclusions. We include our comments and recommendations for consideration by the town manager on both budgets before they are forwarded to you for review and final decisions. In other words, CFAC represents citizen input as part of your budget deliberations. So this is a bird's eye view of what CFAC does and how it fits into what you were doing. And while we were evaluating this year's CIP budget, we came up with a series of questions, and we passed those questions on to you. And as you read our report, you may come up with more questions. A lot has changed since the last fiscal policy reevaluation 2 years ago. So CFAC is always ready and willing to help. For those of you who have attended some of our CFAC meetings, you have learned firsthand that we are friendly budget nerds. And we have our friendly people here whom I will introduce so that you can connect their faces with the names that you see on the report. So we have Chris Lawson, Neil Kleinfeld, Hector Gunther, and Jim Spruill. And so we are part of your town's team. So we're ready. Just ask us. I will now turn it over to Neil, who was the chairman of the CIP subcommittee.
Thank you for that intro.
My name is Neil Kleinfeld, and I will try to give you a high-level, not project-by-project analysis that we performed on the CIP submission. And I think the first thing to recognize is how well things have been put together. As you can kind of see from the graph here, fiscal year 2025 is the biggest CIP that has ever happened in this town by a factor of 3. And as Mark said, it's paid for. All the loans that have to be taken out in 2025 have revenue sources to pay the interest and principal repayment. So congratulations to the town on that one. That's great. The next slide, though, kind of suggests going to have to keep doing that. We're going to continue in terms of the requests that are coming from the departments, especially CWMP, of course. $200 million a year capital plans are coming down the pike over and over again. And we don't have all the revenue sources yet identified. That's a job that has to be done. Or as Mark said, he's going to be reticent to propose big numbers if we don't have the revenues in place to do those things. The number I'm going to focus on is the $515 million at the bottom there, which is what the next 3 years are. Since we got 2025 done, subject to your making adjustments to the different projects during the public hearings, the next 3 years are the real challenge to be faced. And that challenge has grown in the last year by about 85%, or about $236 million. Last year, the CIP forecast was $279 million. And this is a kind of a trend that we've been seeing over and over again. Inflation and cost estimate increases keep happening. So whatever we plan on, we almost have to always plan on more than we're thinking. Okay. Now, where that came from this year is kind of instructive to understand. So where did $236 million in increased costs come from? The biggest contributor was CWMP. Part of that, actually 2/3 of that, came from an addition to the waste treatment plant to start to work on how to deal with the effluent, with reverse osmosis and ultraviolet, which would almost make possible potable water. So, and it also solves part of the effluent problems that we've talked about before. However, we're not the only town that has these CWMP problems. I read recently Falmouth's water treatment plant just went up 50% in cost. So it's something that the total Cape really has to find a way to deal with. Because if those types of increases keep happening in the future, it's going to make it very, very difficult to keep up with the pace. It's already a large number. The second biggest contributor to the increase was DPW itself. Part of that was moving some projects from fiscal 25 to fiscal 26 to try to lower the thing overall. But it's a big increase in number of projects. DPW in those 3 years had 10 projects before. They now have 48. So we'll talk about that in a minute, about why we think we need to get ahead of that. And the third area is the schools. As everyone knows, there was facilities condition assessment. What was essentially 6 projects in these 3 years is now 92. Next year alone is looking for $25 million, which, if you could add the numbers that Mark was showing, it would blow the entire general fund capital project. There's nothing left for anything else. So it's a deal that we're going to have to look at more closely. If we take a look, though, where this comes to hit us, it's not the capital itself, it's the principal and repayment and the interest, just like on a mortgage. If we don't have, because it's not all been approved, a forecast of what would the additional $515 million cost us, what we do have, and it's actually in your book, is how much for the loans for fiscal 25 and 26 for CWMP and the general fund for 25, how much more interest and principal repayment will that cost that will hit the operating budget over the next several years? As Mark said, not all those loans are taken out at once, so they mount up over time. And so what will go from a new long-term debt costing about $4 million in this coming year to being over $20 million in fiscal 2030. It's not as simple as that either. I mean, I just did back of the envelope. Property taxes, just with the 2.5% increase, not including other growth, will actually go up $18 million. But this will absorb it all, and there'll be nothing left for inflation for all the other departments. So it still needs to be looked at as an integrated project. Now, based upon our analysis, of which that's just a piece, and you got the whole 17 pages as a report to read, we really suggest 4 things that the town should be doing. One is we're recommending an update to CWMP plan now. There's one planned for next year, a year from now, actually, end of 25. We think it can be done now, and we'll tell you why. We also suggest, because of the complexities, the town prepare now for that 2026 and beyond, sooner than later. Some decisions have to be made. How much of that can really be afforded, and how will we start to pay for it? Where do the revenues come from? Simpler, we have a recommendation for the CIP process that we think can make it a little easier to understand for some of the people like us in terms of what's changing year to year, because you can see there are some big changes every year, and we probably need to get underneath that better. And then maybe a policy to consider that can reduce the capital repair programs in the future. Let me start with the why update CWMP plan now. And here we're talking especially the financial analysis. Since the plan was first approved in 2021, when it had a total project cost of $863 million, things have not turned out to be $863 million at all. You saw the $91 million increase in the next 3 years. But if you look back at the 2025 itself, that was a $98 million cost estimate in the 2 year ago CIP. That is now 85% higher, or 74%, I think it is. On the flip side, some of the revenues that were projected will help pay for this are down. As I think many people here know, the original plan was an $18,000 sewer assessment for every parcel that was passed. That was lowered to 10, so there's less revenue. The second thing is some of the adjustments that have had to be made push out some of the sewer projects in terms of key streets. So the number of sewers that will be connected, a number of sewer connections made by the end of phase 1 are down by about 500, which is only about 12.5%, which I think was pretty acceptable. But it's not in the right direction. It's not going up. So we think that there's a lot of key questions that an update can help answer. And the first would be, what have we learned now that shovels are hitting the ground, not like 2021 when it was all on paper? What have we learned? What are the implications of what we learned, especially financially? Importantly, we think that the update should look at options to maybe make the project more affordable, be it changes in the treatment plant capacity and its timing. We're building that plant way ahead of when we're going to start to use a lot of it. The actual treatment, sewering, and disposal technologies, things have changed since 2021. And actually, a lot of that was written in 2019. Are there different procurement approaches? I mean, one of the things that these are all bid, but everyone's having this problem. Everyone's getting clobbered in terms of cost. Is there some kind of innovative or creative solution to figuring out how to get a better price? That would be a real big idea. If you think about CWMP, and it's $212 million over the next 3 years after this year. If we can just get that down 10%, that's $20 million. That's $1 million in interest every year that you can save that doesn't hit the operating plan. So even making a 10% improvement can make a huge impact in terms of operating budget. One of the things that I think also has to be on the table is lengthening implementation. Once upon a time, this was a 60-year plan. For lots of good reasons, it was shortened to 30. But is there an opportunity now, given all the different options that we have, to look at that? I think the idea in the update should, how do these options compare financially, as well as in terms of project deliverables? Are there options that can be proposed, and why would they be proposed? And then what's the likely financial impact of that? I think getting our hands on a new set of numbers would be valuable. Second suggestion is prepare now for the requested CIP investments in 2026 and beyond. As Mark said, beyond 2025, the general fund doesn't have all the money it needs for capital. And every year, just like this year, the requests always outstrip the amount that can be spent. So it's going to require another solution like was done for 2025, which may be a little bit more complex going forward. Last year, on April 6th, in this same meeting, debt exclusion came up as a topic with maybe a vote needed in 2025. From everything we can see, including Mark's advice, that still looks to be the case, and it's something that needs to be thought about. Where other revenues can be sourced is another important problem. There is a chance, and Mark, I don't know if it's passed, but the meals tax and some of the other taxes, they are being proposed that the state would allow those to be raised, should they be, if we get the chance to do it. Are there ways to slow down the capital investments for CWMP, for DPW, for the schools, for other things? And then, as has been done actually, can we shift more funds from different departments to the more priority types of things that need to be done? Determining the best mix of how to do that is not going to be a one meeting type of situation. It's going to have to set priorities. I would suggest you really need to look at multiple integrated scenarios with everything included. And I'm sure that if you have 2 or 3 scenarios, no one's going to like any of them. But that's the place to start. You know, what do you like? What don't you like? And then figure out how to compare those scenarios and then make trade-offs to come to a decision. Because 2026 is coming faster than we like financially. If the debt exclusion is going to be a part of it, and it may be, that probably needs a vote in calendar 25, probably within 16 to 17 months of today, in order to be able to fund 2027. And there may be, given the numbers, a need for an exclusion vote for the school or for DPW or for some actions to reduce what they're asking for now. And some of the questions to address on debt exclusions are, what was learned on the prior ones? Generally speaking, from the data that the state provides, most sewer debt exclusions recently in the last 5 years have passed. That's not been the case with Barnstable. So digging into why, what can be done differently if we need to pass that would be probably a good place to start. Figuring out how many exclusions are needed versus other ways of dealing with the large numbers. Thinking through the communications plan. What's going to motivate the town to understand the need? And what partners are available in the community that have an ability to communicate and educate the population, in addition to everyone on this dais? We can't do that. The last thing, of course, is if all else fails, is there a plan B? And that's something that no one wants to think about, but we would recommend. Going to simpler things, the CIP process is really excellent. We think, observing it again this year, the team works amazingly well. However, the CIP requests change every year by a lot. This year, the average department request changed 46%, which is really hard to plan with. And that was just for this year, for 2025. What we're suggesting is adding a simple explanation of changes so that we can understand easier what it is that changed from last year to this year. And there's an example, it's Appendix 3 in the report. Lastly, the CIP requests for repair of buildings and roadways every year way outstrips what the town can fund. When this happens year after year, as it is happening, as I think some of the people know here, to certain assets, all they do is continue to deteriorate. What it suggests is that if the town had a policy of when to acquire assets, when not to acquire assets, that might not be affordable in the future in terms of their upkeep, or when to shift assets that we have that are town property today to organizations that might take them over and become responsible for their repair. We think that might be a way to start to nibble away at the total capital request. That's our quick overview at a high level. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. And thanks for, we saw this earlier. You sent it out to us in email, actually, which was very helpful. So thank you for that. Specific, Councilor Tamish.
I just wanted to commend the committee. I've had the opportunity to observe them for the last few months, and the amount of work that they put in, along with Mark and Gareth, is just phenomenal, the work that's done behind the scenes. Countless hours analyzing this and coming up with the report, and I just wanted to personally thank them for that.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor Starr? No? Just scratching your head. Okay. Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, President Penn. And I want to add my commendations to Vice President Tamish, having served as your liaison for several years. This is not just a one and done. This is every year that you commit to this process and come up with, great results. I would say this year, the probing and the sort of questions that you're asking of us, I think are really important for us to have future conversations. Just a quick question, and this is getting a little bit in the weeds, but when you are talking about the various things that we need to think about that could influence the revenue for the CIP, did flow neutral come up at all in terms of reducing our overall borrowing costs? Was that anything that CFAC looked at?
No, we did not.
You answered it.
Right. Oh, sorry. No, we did not look at that specifically.
Okay.
It would be remiss of me to not recognize Councilor Schnapp. Her microphone's not on.
Is your mic on? Make sure the green button's on, just a button on the base of the microphone. No, right on the mic, hon.
Oh.
There you go.
It would be remiss of me to not recognize Councilor Schnapp and Councilor Tamish, who have been our liaisons, and their comments and constant attendance at our meetings has been very, very helpful.
Good to know. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I loved your 4 options for advice, and we will go forward and maybe have many conversations about where to go from here. So thank you very much. You all set? Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda. It was a great presentation, ton of work. Next, we have the update on downtown Hyannis Great Streets. Elizabeth Jenkins from Planning and Development. Yeah. Take your time, don't rush.
Ready when you are.
Okay,
Madam President.
we're ready.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development, here to provide the council and the public a brief update on progress regarding the project we have called Great Streets Downtown Hyannis. I'm assuming most of you are aware of the project, but we started in late summer of 2022, really focused on the downtown area and ways that we could enhance the public realm through placemaking in support of economic growth downtown, emphasize and prioritize people walking, address potential congestion that could come as we add new residents downtown, employ traffic calming and enhancing safety, and encouraging multimodal transportation. And these were our stated project goals, but really, you know, and perhaps more poetically, we were thinking about the streets not just as places we drive our cars and park our vehicles, but as the public space that connects us to each other and to the places that we love to visit downtown. How could we make more of this connected web of public space downtown? And I just want to underline for a moment the importance and the priority of this project relative to traffic calming and enhanced safety in the scope of the larger projects and the capital needs that we just heard so much about in the town of Barnstable. In our downtown Hyannis study area that we identified, those colored shapes that you see represent the top 5% of intersections in the town of Barnstable that represent crashes, the highest crash locations for vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians in the town of Barnstable. So there is a long-term legacy of public safety issues with our transportation system in the town of Barnstable that we sought to address with this project. It was our pleasure to partner with a world-class team from Stantec and Speck and Associates, urban designers and engineers, engaged in a process that involved data collection and talking with our community, developing concepts, refining concepts for our downtown transportation system. And you'll see on the graphic we held numerous well-attended public meetings, talking to the residents and downtown stakeholders, both in large groups to get feedback, as well as one-on-one and small group discussions with a wide range of stakeholders downtown. The team applied a series of transportation design principles, specifically within the context of downtown Hyannis, all aimed at slowing traffic and improving safety within the downtown area. The conclusion of that report and that study was a recommendation to convert the one-way system of travel downtown into two-way travel. Specific improvements in that report included restriping roadways, reinstallation of signage, removing most of the traffic signals and replacing them with stop signs, updating our pedestrian infrastructure, creating an on-street bicycle network, and reconfigurations to intersections as necessary. Of course, a large part of this was addressing what we've called the 6 points intersection, which, as you can see, is at the intersection of a number of our streets downtown. The project was largely designed by the team to work within the existing roadway network and to work within the streets from curb to curb, thus allowing us to implement the project on a timely basis and with minimal cost estimates. So the final report actually includes a high level of design and goes street by street, providing potential street cross sections and lane widths within each one of the study areas in downtown Hyannis. Again, a core component of the approach is to replace a number of the existing traffic signals within the study areas with stop signs. This approach keeps drivers' eyes on the road and also helps keep traffic moving downtown. When we talk about our streets, we also have to consider parking and loading. The project will add net additional parking spaces within the downtown Hyannis study area and will include the addition of on-street loading zones. So where we are at and where we have been since we last updated on this project and our final report. Again, the original proposal that was presented by our consultant team presented a more interim concept for what we're calling the 6 points intersection, something that might hopefully launch us into a larger discussion of how we might think about redesigning this urban space in the future. Again, largely on a street-by-street basis. We do have our program for our quote-unquote lines and signs to accomplish the two-way conversion, mostly done. But the 6 points intersection really represents the linchpin to making this project happen, really to unlocking the two ways. Again, you have all of these different roads coming together at this incredibly critical juncture in our community. We have talked for decades and brought in visionary urban designers to think about how we can better connect our main street and our harbor, and always the barrier to that exists at this intersection. So we have been working with our engineering team, our folks at the Department of Public Works, as well as having conversations with key stakeholders, including our public safety officials and others in the area, including the Steamship Authority, about creating a design for the so-called 6 points intersection that has the confidence that it will both increase safety and move traffic through this intersection. It is a permanent design that accommodates, again, both pedestrian and vehicular safety and accessibility improvements. It allows for the feasibility of future design changes should we want to look further at legs such as the Old Colony leg north, as we understand how the system how the system adapts to the two-way travel. And it really represents a economic investment, a gateway into the harbor. Again, if you've ever walked across the street, it is an incredible barrier to getting to the harbor from Main Street, and in turn encouraging our visitors, all of those people who are going to the islands, encouraging them to travel to points north and to enjoy our beautiful downtown Main Street. And so this is the final design that we have again rolled out with our stakeholders, and really are here to present to you all and to our community tonight as the recommended way forward on this intersection. The 6 Points intersection isn't the only one that needs attention. There are minor changes needed to the existing western gateway, of course, to make that work. Again, creating a opportunity to travel both ways on South Street. So that will be done in at least a more temporary way in the near future as part of the execution of that. We are currently looking at opportunities to fund public space improvements in this area to accomplish that change. Planning has also been working together with the Department of Public Works on the intersections of Main Street, Center Street, and Old Colony. We heard at public comment tonight, this is a very, very dangerous and uninviting intersection and represents yet another barrier, both from a safety and an economic standpoint to creating continuity downtown, as well as the Main Street, Camp Street, Lewis Bay intersection. These will both remain signalized intersections, but will receive the benefit of a grant that the Department of Public Works secured from Mass DOT to have full upgrades in terms of the signals, the mast arms, and the safety of pedestrian infrastructure in these two locations. As you're aware, we received a MassWorks infrastructure grant for this project, totaling $1.8 million, funding the majority of the construction costs from this. We have moved from a temporary to a permanent solution at 6 Points. So we will need to seek matching funds for that $1.8 million. We're currently working with DPW and Finance to look at local and state opportunities as well as additional grant funding to close the gap on that project. We are ready to proceed with engineering pretty much now in 2024 and hope to put out an RFP this winter for full design of the project. If that proceeds on schedule, which we hope it does, in order to stay on track for utilizing the MassWorks infrastructure grant as well as keeping costs down. Certainly the longer it takes to implement this, the more it costs, as we just saw. But we would like to mobilize construction on the 6 Points intersection of spring 2025. We understand that we'll probably take a pause for the summer with conversion and full completion, with two-way conversion and full completion of the project in the fall, winter of 2025. And that concludes my update. The other thing I wanted to say is, as part of this rollout, we know that this will be a change for our community and how we all experience downtown. So we have been working, and we are committed to executing a full and comprehensive communications plan, both to our public, to our counselors, as well as to folks on the individual level, so they can understand this timeline and exactly how it's going to impact them. So much like I do for the local comprehensive plan, we hope to be here regularly to keep you all in the community updated on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have burning questions or something that we could deal with later? Everybody good? It was a well done presentation.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's pretty fast, actually. That's pretty
All right. So next, I would call on Attorney Nober. Not full-time. I think it was the early 70s that it started permanently. Late 60s or early, yeah, it used to switch. Yeah, No, I do. Yes, you were. Stop. It's because of your record. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Thank you, President Penn. Karen Nober, Town Attorney. Council Mendez addressed some of this, but I'm just going to walk you through the motion for reconsideration that's on your agenda. So at the last Town Council meeting on March 21st, you considered and voted on an amended motion that would suspend the provisions of Town Council Rule 11A as it related to the appointment of registered voters by the Town Council President to the committees that were listed in Agenda Item 2024166. That motion failed because the vote was tied at 6-6. Councilor Mendez was approved by the Town Council President to participate remotely in the March 21st meeting in accordance with the Council's recently adopted policy on remote participation. Councilor Mendez stated in advance that he was unsure whether he would participate or at what point he might join the meeting. But when he did attempt to join the meeting, he was unable to do so because the Zoom access had been shut off by staff. He has informed us that after trying for approximately 20 minutes to join the meeting, he texted a staff member as well as another counselor who notified staff. When this was brought to the President's attention, she called for a brief recess so that Councilor Mendez could be given access to the meeting. And after the break, he joined the meeting around 9:54 p.m., but by that time, the vote on the suspension of Rule 11A had already taken place. Because Councilor Mendez was unable to access the meeting when he tried to join, resulting in him missing that vote, I recommend that the Council take the necessary actions to correct what happened. The way to do this would be to reconsider the original vote and then vote again. But before you could do that, you would need to first suspend Town Council Rule 6F. Rule 6F requires that a motion for reconsideration be made at the same meeting at which the vote was originally taken, or that notice be given at that meeting that a motion will be made at the next meeting. That obviously didn't happen. Rule 6F also provides that motions for reconsiderations should be made by a counselor who voted on the prevailing side of the original vote. But in this circumstance, I think both of those requirements should be suspended to allow the motion for reconsideration to be made at this meeting by any counselor. Rule 6F makes sense when you're reconsidering the vote because of the vote itself, but that's not the situation that's before you. In this case, you would be fixing something that went wrong, the denial of access to Councilor Mendez to the Town Council meeting. So there should not be any procedural impediment to taking corrective action. So that's why I'm recommending that you first suspend Rule 6F, and then there would be two subsequent votes. The second vote would be the motion for reconsideration, and then if that passed, you would then vote again the vote that you took on March 21st. And I have language to walk you through all of this.
Does anybody have any questions? Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, President Penn. Attorney Nober, would we have to take a fourth vote? Because if the amendment passes, wouldn't we then have to vote on the original motion?
You would take a vote to suspend Rule 6F. You would then have a motion for reconsideration, and if that passes, you would then revote the original vote. You wouldn't even need a motion for that.
But
And
the
there would be
original
three
vote,
votes.
the original vote was an amendment.
No, you would be voting the motion, what was actually voted, which was the motion as amended. You would be revoting what you voted.
I thought that the amendment didn't pass, so therefore we didn't actually make a vote on the original motion.
No, the original motion was amended to add the date May 1st, that the Appointments
Okay.
Committee
So
would
we
make their
did amend the
recommendation
original
by May
motion.
1st.
Okay.
So it would
Just
be the
wanna make
motion
sure.
as amended. It would be the same vote.
Okay.
I move to suspend Rule 6F.
Is there a second? There's a second by Councilor Neary. And we doing this by roll call or no?
No.
No. Okay. So all those in favor of suspending Rule 6F, raise your hand and say yay. 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 Keeping you awake. Okay. It appears to be unanimous. So now we need a motion for reconsideration. It's been moved by Council Crowe. We need a second.
And just to clarify, you're reconsidering the vote that was taken on March 21st to suspend the provisions of Town Council Rule 11A with respect to item 2024166. It's for Janet.
Got all that? Assistant Town Clerk. You got it. Okay. That was seconded by Councilor Clark. All those in favor, raise your hand. Anybody opposed? No. Anybody? Okay. So now we need a motion.
You don't even need a motion.
No, we
So
don't
now
need a motion. So
the-
now we just vote on the original motion that we voted on.
Right, so the vote that is before you now is to suspend the provisions of Town Council Rule 11A as it relates to the appointment of registered voters by the Town Council President to the ad hoc committees set forth in item 2024166, in order that such appointments shall be made by vote of the Town Council after recommendation from the Appointments Committee by May 1st.
All those in favor, raise your hand.
Wait a second, please. Can you explain specifically what a yes vote and a no vote?
Sure. So a yes vote would suspend the provisions of that rule such that the Town Council President would not make the appointments of the registered voters. She would still appoint the councilors. She would not appoint the registered voters. That would go through the Appointments Committee, and the Appointments Committee would make a recommendation to the full council by May 1st. So a yes vote would suspend that rule to allow the Appointments Committee process.
And
No vote?
would
A no
maintain.
vote would keep the rule as it is, which means that the president would make the appointments of the registered voters to the two committees that had registered voters on them.
Councilor Neary.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Attorney Nover. Just as a point of record, so a yes vote would, in effect, move the decision-making to the Appointments Committee. And I just think for the record, it should be stated that that would be Councilors Mendes, Clark, Burdick, Bloom, and Turkelson is currently seated on that committee. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
All right. All those in,
Any discussion?
any other discussion? Okay, so a yes vote to move this, the choosing of members of the committees to the Appointments Committee. Go ahead.
I personally think that it would be good for that to happen because the president still appoints members of council to those committees, correct? So I would think it would be good for the Appointments Committee to appoint the citizens because as we saw tonight, there's a lot of citizens that appreciate that also. So, especially coming from my constituents. That's just my belief.
Any other discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of moving the appointments of the public to the subcommittees to the Appointments Committee, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? Anybody abstain? No? Okay, so motion carries.
Yep, thank you.
All right, old business. Counselor Tamish, 2024-171.
Okay, item number 2024171, an order authorizing. We'll start again. Item number 2024171, an order authorizing an intermunicipal agreement among the towns of Barnstable, Yarmouth, and Sandwich for the purpose of establishing a regional emergency communications center hosted by and located within the town of Barnstable. So moved as printed on the agenda.
Is there a second? Second. Chief Chalice, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President, Town Council
Is
members.
your mic on?
Yes, it is, just not close enough. Good evening, Madam President, Town Council members. Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. Currently, the towns of Barnstable, Yarmouth, and Sandwich each operate their own public safety answering points, or PSAPs, which are their dispatch centers. The State 911 Department, which exists within the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, has strongly supported the establishment of regional PSAPs through incentive grants, as they want to reduce the number of these small individual PSAPs across the state. The three communities have been working together for the past 2 years with the State 911 Department and the UMass Boston Collins Center to complete a feasibility study to determine whether a regional PSAP would be appropriate for us. And the study concluded that these three communities are well suited to establish a regional PSAP in the form of a Regional Emergency Communication Center, or a REC, and that there would be both operational and financial benefits to all three communities. So in order to take advantage of the available incentive grants and the benefits of regionalization, the communities must enter into an intermunicipal agreement, or an IMA. Tonight, we're requesting authorization for Barnstable to sign that IMA. The IMA not only establishes the operating structure of the REC, but also provides guidelines for management, equipment, and clarifies the financial responsibilities among the towns. The fully executed IMA will allow us to access an FY24 grant in the amount of $373,000 that we were awarded last July. That would be dedicated to architectural and engineering services for the initial stages of the REC. It'll also strengthen the application we just submitted for an FY25 grant in the amount of $476,000, which is also for engineering and architectural services. So we'd be able to pursue the full $850,000 that's available for planning and design for communities. And then once that design is complete, we anticipate requesting additional grant funding available through State 911 incentive programs that will cover the full cost of construction and startup for the Regional Dispatch Center. Sandwich signed the IMA on March 28th, and Yarmouth is set to present the item to their leadership April 23rd.
Questions or comments? Councilor Tamish.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Chief, and Assistant Town Manager Kleiber, for moving this forward. I've been an advocate of this for probably 10 to 12 years in one of my past lives, and I'm glad to see it's finally moving forward.
Chief Burke's been instrumental in this as well. So.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah.
Hi, Chief, how are you?
Hi, welcome.
So are we all splitting this evenly?
So, no, and Chief Burke. So the split in terms of
money.
No, because it's divided based on the volume of calls.
Oh, okay.
So the contribution would be based on how many calls for service and the population of the communities. So I have the distribution based on the Collins Center study, which will probably end up being redone. But Barnstable takes the bulk of it, 54%. Is that accurate? Compared to 54%. Sandwich was 18. Yarmouth 27%.
If that changes, will the metrics change? Does it change year by year as far as running it goes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it
Thank you.
does. Right.
So the comment made was it's based on population and number of calls, just so everybody knows. Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, President Penn. Thank you, Chief Chalice, and Chief Burke, I know you're out there too. So right now, we have the Barnstable Police and the Hyannis Fire have a joint dispatch.
That's correct.
Is that synonymous with the public safety answering point, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Our dispatch is a PSAP.
Okay. And so we have other independent fire districts in the town of Barnstable. How do they participate in this? Since this is an intermunicipal, between three towns, I just was wondering how the other fire districts will or will not participate in this venture?
The regional center would be available to them should they choose to participate, I believe is. But right now, this is for PSAPs, and they do not have PSAPs. They have their own dispatch centers that are not public safety answering points.
Okay.
They're secondary PSAPs.
Just for those of us who, make those 911 calls occasionally, what does that mean? Does the 911 call go to the PSAP first and then go out to dispatch?
So, do you want to speak to the fire side of it? So for the police side, everything comes through the public safety answering point. Everything comes to the police station.
Stays there, because it...
And it stays. We also answer calls for Hyannis Fire. For the, a couple of the fire stations, they go to county currently, and then get sent out to the fire stations, and then COM Fire answers for COM and Katuitt. So they distribute the calls there, but we are the public safety answering point. Those are considered secondary PSAPs, so they don't, right now, qualify for this regionalization. They're invited to participate in the regionalization, but because because Sandwich is a PSAP, Yarmouth is a PSAP, and Barnstable is a PSAP, that's why it's these three communities as they exist right now. And then we'd have to...
Is there potential cost savings for all the districts once this gets implemented, or?
Do you want to? Yeah.
Good evening,
Join the
councilors.
party, thank you.
Thank you. Peter Burke, Hyannis Fire Chief. Yes, there may be opportunities for savings there. Again, as Chief Challis mentioned, this is the first step in allowing us to have those more in-depth conversations on exactly how this works. Again, the IMA is only between the PSAP communities, so the fire districts are, by virtue of being dispatch centers, not PSAPs, essentially excluded from the IMA. So the IMA allows us to then essentially build out the system and determine how that will work. So there is a potential for savings to be there across the board.
Just one last question. Do you envision totally different equipment for this PSAP? Or, because obviously we've made significant investment in our current dispatch, so I didn't know if there's a requirement that everything gets changed.
It would be a new facility, because it would have to accommodate a significantly larger number of operators. It would be a new facility with new equipment, up-to-date equipment.
Counselor Starr?
Thank you. So my understanding is the new facility will be somewhere in conjunction with the present police station, Barnstable Police Station, somewhere in the...
Somewhere in the vicinity of the new
neighborhood.
police station, that's correct.
Okay, close by.
Yes.
Will the people working there be employees of the police department?
They'll be employees of the town of Barnstable,
Okay.
so.
Will they be police officers or
No.
civilians?
No, they'll be civilian staff.
Okay, thank you. Sounds great.
See, we're creating new jobs. Counselor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Penn. So along the lines of what Gordon was saying, the people from Sandwich and Yarmouth, they will become town of Barnstable employees?
That's correct.
Will they be contributing on some level to us taking them on as employees, or are we just taking on lots of new employees that we then are, I'm assuming there's a
So-
financial agreement that makes that doable, that we can absorb
That's
new people?
The IMA sets forth a lot of the structure and the leadership of there's a, forget the name of the title of the person that runs the rec director. So there will be a director there. But those employees, should they choose to come here from those other towns, everybody will essentially become a town of Barnstable employee working for the town of Barnstable as a dispatcher in the rec. So everybody will have an opportunity to apply for and become an employee of the town of Barnstable. We're not absorbing them unless they apply for the job and get hired.
And how many new people do we think that that this IMA Rec Center will need to employ?
The current Collins study figure was, I believe, 36, but that number is not anything that we were really comfortable relying on, based on the fact that those numbers are at this point already dated, because old, and so we're going to have to look at what the needs are based on where we're at in 2 or 3 years when the facility's complete, and how our call volumes have increased or adjusted at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Tamish.
Just to clarify a couple points that I think maybe weren't quite clear. The fire districts currently do their own dispatching. So
That's correct.
and the police department currently dispatches for Hyannis, receives, and so they would be given an opportunity, perhaps particularly COM or Barnstable, West Barnstable, that are currently at the sheriff's department, would be given the opportunity to have their dispatching done through the rec. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's just that this IMA applies only to PSAPs, and since they're not PSAPs,
Correct.
they're not part of the IMA.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that question. One other question for Councilor Shep. The funding mechanism for the first few years is by the state 911 department, which will gradually decrease.
That's correct.
But still, Barnstable, Sandwich, and Yarmouth, as that funding decreases, their funding will have to increase, but each will still be making a contribution towards the operation of the rec,
Yes.
correct? I mean, it's not like the town of Barnstable is taking it on for the other two towns.
No, and that's what the IMA
Right.
establishes, is that ongoing contribution.
Any other questions, comments? Guys ready to vote? All those in favor of 2024-171, raise your hand. Anybody opposed? No. Okay, Council Burdick has left for the evening. Passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Making progress here. I gotta go back to the beginning here. Council Crowe.
This is item 2024-172. It's an item of old business, open to a public hearing with a roll call majority vote. 2024-172, amending the code of the Town of Barnstable, Part 1 General Ordinances, Chapter 1 General Provisions, Article 1 Non-Criminal Enforcement of Violations, and inserting a new Chapter 185 known as, quote, Stormwater Management and Illicit Discharge Control.
Second.
It's been made a motion, and we have a second by Councilor Clark. Good evening, Mr. Santos.
Good evening, Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. Just want to mention, before I introduce the presenter, because in this case, I'm choosing to utilize a subject matter expert that knows a lot more about this than I do and would be more helpful to you. But there will be a modification that Attorney La Rosa will read after the presentation. So just be aware that there'll be a small modification to the motion. And so I'd like to introduce Amber Unruh. She's the Special Project Manager in the Department of Public Works, or a Senior Project Manager working on special projects, in the Department of Public Works, and she's going to make the presentation tonight and the rationale for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Dan. Good evening, councilors. Nice to meet you again. My name is Amber Unruh. And tonight I'm presenting Barnstable's Stormwater Management Ordinance, which is on the agenda for adoption tonight. So real quick, just as an overview of what I'll cover in this presentation, I'll have a quick background of the town's MS4 permit and why the town of Barnstable has an MS4 permit. Then we'll get into the status of our MS4 permit requirements, go over the proposed ordinance, particularly the regulatory requirement components of the ordinance, the process for adoption to the town code, and then next steps following adoption at tonight's meeting, assuming you vote yes. So for the background, we're really getting into the history of the MS4 permit. It all starts with the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Water Act, which was initiated in 1972. This Clean Water Act prohibits the discharge of pollutants through a point source into a water of the U.S. unless permitted. A point source is pretty much, think of anything like a pipe or conveyance where you can identify exactly where that pollutant might be coming from. And a water of the U.S., well, in the town of Barnstable, that includes our rivers, our great ponds, and estuaries. So the EPA also issues many permits for different types of pollutants that get discharged into the waters. But for the purposes of tonight, we're talking about stormwater. And in 2003, the EPA issued the Massachusetts General Small Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, MS4 permit, which is focused on stormwater, not sewer. So just kind of disregard the part where it says sewer there, and think of the town's stormwater drainage system when I say MS4. So that was originally issued in 2003. It was updated in 2016. That permit essentially said that towns, municipalities with MS4 regulated areas, and that's an area defined by EPA, are required to submit a notice of intent to the EPA and Mass DEP, that's our Department of Environmental Protection in the state of Massachusetts, to continue discharging stormwater to water bodies. Thus, we have the Barnstable MS4 permit. So in 2003, it was identified that we had regulated areas within our town. So we put together the notice of intent application to be authorized to discharge stormwater to water bodies in accordance with the requirements of the permit. Again, that permit was updated in 2016, so we had to file a new notice of intent to continue allowing the discharge of stormwater to water bodies. That permit has many requirements that come with it. And so real quick before we get to the requirements, I just wanted to show you what our regulated areas are in the town of Barnstable. It might be a little bit hard to see the figure if you're sitting in the back of the room, but basically there are two black lines on the east and west side of town that mark our town boundary. And then of course to the north we have Barnstable Harbor and Cape Cod Bay, and on the south side we have Nantucket Sound. Everything shaded in blue is considered the MS4 regulated area. So what's not shaded here is basically Sandy Neck and a couple conservation areas in the area of West Barnstable. So more or less most of our town is a regulated area. So for our MS4 permit requirements, this details 6 minimum measures that we must implement in order to stay in compliance with the permit. Currently, we are, performing public education and outreach regularly, involving the public in, various activities to help educate them on stormwater and include them also in the maintenance of our stormwater systems. We also have an illicit discharge detection and elimination plan that we've developed and we carry out on a day-to-day basis, but there's a caveat to this one. We don't have a regulatory mechanism to enforce that people, comply with, recommendations we might make to remove an illicit discharge or illicit connection that might be connected to the town's drainage system. So that's why that one's got that red star next to it. And then we also do the good housekeeping, which is catch basin cleaning, street sweeping type activities. We do these on an annual basis and submit annual reports to Mass DEP and the EPA to show them that we're completing these requirements. However, we still have a couple outstanding requirements, and that requires your guys' assistance to meet the requirements. And that's adoption of a regulatory mechanism to enforce the illicit discharge detection and elimination, construction site stormwater controls during construction, and then also post-construction site stormwater controls. So these 3 items are really what we're focused on tonight in the ordinance. So Again, as part of that MS4 permit, municipalities must adopt a regulatory mechanism to eliminate illicit discharges, require stormwater management during construction, because construction can be really messy. The picture on the bottom left there is a clear sign of sediment eroding in from somewhere. And then also require stormwater management for post-construction stormwater site controls. So that's essentially if you are going to develop a site, you want to think about how you're going to manage stormwater on that site and not impact others either through discharging pollutants such as nitrogen, phosphorus, sediments, bacteria, or even causing flooding to neighbors from your site. So there's a lot to consider with those stormwater site controls. We did look through the town's existing regulations to see, if these were already within the regulations, but they're not within the regulations in a manner that meets the requirements of the MS4 permit. And then the pictures on the bottom here are really just examples of the types of, erosion on the bottom left, some murky, questionable water, maybe coming from someone's swimming pool in the middle there, and then also a lot of suds in a river. That's like, soaps, detergents, surfactants can create that type of situation. These are things we don't want to see in our roadways and our stormwater getting discharged to our water bodies. So now I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on the different, on these three components as they're presented in the ordinance. I want to note that the DPW took this on, but also, worked with the planning department and conservation and legal to put this all together. And what we really focused on was meeting the MS4 requirements. We didn't propose anything that's more stringent. Obviously, we could go more stringent on these in this ordinance if we wanted to, but right now we just are proposing to meet the requirements with this ordinance. So just for a little extra detail on illicit discharge detection and elimination, I know I've said illicit several times already, but an illicit discharge is any discharge, dumping, or spill into the town's drainage system that is not composed entirely of stormwater, except for allowable non-stormwater discharges and discharges resulting from firefighting activities. So within the proposed ordinance, we would prohibit illicit discharges throughout Barnstable, investigate suspected ones, eliminate illicit discharges or connections, even if they existed prior to this adoption, and then establish enforcement procedures and actions that the town staff would take to make sure that those connections are eliminated. And then, again, the pictures on the bottom. You've got the guy on the left who's dumping his motor oil into our catch basin drainage system. We definitely don't want that. You've got some murky color in a stream, definitely questionable. Maybe someone's not managing construction on their site, or maybe it's a chemical that's turning the water white. And then on the bottom right, you have this like rainbow sheen on the water, which is usually an indication of oils or grease. And then there's that, suspicious pipe that we would want to investigate, So these are the types of things that we don't really want in our system. This particular item would apply throughout the town of Barnstable, irregardless of those regulated areas you saw on the map earlier. Because essentially, if we don't want it, we just don't want these things anywhere within our drainage system. The exceptions to illicit discharge are any discharge that's allowed under the stormwater management permit, which is the permit we're going to discuss in the upcoming slides. And then discharge resulting from firefighting activities and allowable non-stormwater discharges. And those are listed in detail below. I'm not going to go through all of them, but it's essentially things like water line flushing, residential car washing, lawn irrigation, uncontaminated groundwater that might seep up from the ground. I know we've got really high groundwaters this time of year, so you might already see them on the roadway. So these are the types of things that are considered non-stormwater, and they are allowable in the town's drainage system. The second item that that we need to have a regulatory mechanism for is stormwater management during construction. And we're proposing to do that through a stormwater management permit that would apply to anyone who's proposing to disturb greater than 1 acre of land. And that would be greater than 1 acre of land on even a common development. So the proposed ordinance would require them to get a stormwater management permit and then use erosion and sediment control measures on site to reduce pollutants from that construction site to the surrounding areas. It would also include site inspections be conducted throughout construction and at the project completion to ensure that those measures that are implemented are functioning throughout the process of the construction. And then third would be the post-construction stormwater controls. So again, we're proposing that be applied to sites that are disturbing greater than 1 acre of land, and that they would have to come and get a stormwater management permit. Items 2 and 3 really go hand in hand, because if you're gonna develop over 1 acre of land, you're gonna disturb a lot of land, you're gonna need those erosion sediment controls, and then afterwards you need to have some mechanism to deal with the stormwater coming from any of the impervious areas that you create on your site. You would only apply for 1 stormwater management permit, it's not 2, if that's not clear. This essentially requires that those developers use low-impact development design strategies and follow the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, which has a lot of information in it for managing stormwater. And then for a site that's considered a new development project, these are projects that disturb greater than 1 acre of land that hasn't been previously developed. Those projects would be required to remove 90% of the total suspended solids, which are basically sediments, coming off that site, and 60% of the phosphorus load coming off the impervious area in stormwater runoff. Redevelopment sites, which is more likely what we're going to see, in the town, just so much has already been developed. Those are only required to remove 80% of the total suspended solid load and 50% of the phosphorus load from the impervious areas stormwater runoff. In general, we've requested that any of these BMPs or best management practices be optimized for nitrogen removal, because as we know, that's very important in this town with our estuaries being nitrogen sensitive. It would also require that at the project completion, the developer, submit an as-built plan. So when you bring the project forward, you're going to show us what you're proposing on your plan. Things usually change during construction. We would want the submittal of the final plan that was actually put on the ground. They also need to establish long-term operation and maintenance plan for all the stormwater infrastructure they put on their site, and then submit an annual inspection report to the Department of Public Works to show us that they are actually maintaining their systems, and that this ordinance is, working as intended. So the process for bringing the town in compliance with the MS4 permit is really a 2-step process. The first step is tonight's ordinance that's before you, which covers the illicit discharge detection and elimination and stormwater management components of the MS4 permit requirements. It will establish a legal authority and enforcement to the Department of Public Works Director or their designee, and it also allows for the adoption of regulations. So this ordinance is before you tonight. And the rules and regulations, that basically would come after tonight's positive vote, where we would then take the rules and regulations to establish administrative procedures that detail the requirements for applicants when coming to us to request a stormwater management permit. And then those regulations would be adopted by the Department of Public Works after one public hearing, and not before the effective date of this ordinance once it's adopted. So before you tonight is a proposed town ordinance for illicit discharge control and stormwater management. This would be proposed under Chapter 185 of the Barnstable Town Code. The purpose of this is to regulate stormwater discharges for the protection of water bodies and groundwater resources, safeguard public health, and the welfare of our natural resources. This would be administered and enforced by the Department of Public Works Director and their designee. And for any violations associated with the ordinance, they would be non-criminal citations, where the first violation would be $100, and then the second violation would be $300 for each day that the person is not compliant with our ordinance. And that would be for things like, they were caught in the act of, dumping something into the drainage system, and we want them to correct that. If they don't correct it after a day, the fines would continue, and so on. So why would we have people do this? Well, if not adopted, the town is in non-compliance with the MS4 general permit, and that's regulated by the EPA. So we would be potentially issued fines or a consent order to require the town to comply with the MS4 general permit and to continue discharging stormwater to the water bodies. After tonight's vote, assuming it's a positive vote, we would then look to adopt the rules and regulations to Chapter 903 of the Barnstable Town Code. The purpose would then be of these regulations are to provide the framework for applying for, receiving, and complying with the stormwater management permit, again, administered by the Department of Public Works. And this, the rules and regs would be advertised at one public meeting and then adopted by the DPW. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Council Mendez.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Would this require hiring an enforcement officer?
Yeah, so at this time, we think it will require additional staff resources within the DPW, but we haven't proposed what that will be because we're not entirely sure how much additional effort it's going to, put onto the Department of Public Works at this time. Right now, yes, if there are a lot of illicit connections identified. However, I've been here 4 years and we haven't had that many reports of illicit connections to our system. So to me, it's not, we're likely not spending a lot more time on that component. It's really the stormwater management permit component that's going to probably use a lot more staff resources. Already the DPW sits on site plan review and reviews projects that are coming before the town for the larger developments and comments on the stormwater controls that are being used on those sites. I think we did a review of about how many are coming in, and it's somewhere between 10 and 20 a year. Just depends on the year. So that does take staff resources to conduct that review. But we don't have a good gauge on if it required, what it requires in terms of additional staff resources at this time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when would you determine? I mean, is it like a wait and see basis kind of thing?
That's a good question. We haven't, I don't know. I think we would probably look to align that with a decision package that comes before you likely next year, but I might turn it over to Dan.
Just one, as part of the development of the regulations, which is the second part of this, that's when we'll identify the resources needed, because we'll flesh out exactly what all the components are, what kind of time it's going to take to do that. And we will do that over this coming summer, and then in the next budget cycle, we would submit if there is any requirement for additional resources.
Great. All right, thank you. You were doing fine, by the way.
Councilor Neary.
Thank you, Madam President. It's kind of a follow-up to Council Mendes. Do you envision this maybe becoming part of the Inspectional Services Department, where a permit has to be pulled and there would be staff to maybe look at? I'm thinking more on the new construction part of the process here. Or
No, it's proposed to be enforced by the DPW.
Strictly the DPW.
Yep, so it would fall under us.
Do other towns, they have this in operation currently? Or are you familiar with other towns, maybe local
Yes,
towns?
other towns should have it in operation at this time. I think we did do a review of other towns. Falmouth has something adopted very similar to what is proposed here tonight. And then I know Brewster has adopted something, but some towns are stricter in terms of when they want you to come and get a stormwater management permit. Like I think Brewster was at 10,000 square feet of land disturbance. They would require a permit, which is probably a lot more stormwater management permits.
Smaller areas.
Yeah.
And the DPWs in those towns handle that as well, as opposed to?
Sometimes it's a DPW, sometimes it's a conservation commission.
Interesting.
Sometimes it's a planning department. It varies town to town. Just depends on how each town wants to bring it into their code.
Thank you. Wait and see, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Questions on the right? Councilor Schnapp?
Okay, thank you, President Fed. Thank you, Amber. It's fascinating because I would think we would have had some of this in place already. When you say that at site plan review, there's discussion of stormwater management, do we have any current ways to enforce stormwater management? Or is this new on the block?
I don't have a good answer for you at this time because I have asked that question. I'm not an engineer, so I don't review the site plans or provide the comments. But I can check with the engineers. They do use, I think it's the subdivision regulations to bring people as close to compliance as possible with all of this. And they push really hard to meet these standards during that process, but I can get you a better answer after checking with them.
I also had a comment on the threshold of 1 acre.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally understand, that it definitely would increase our resources requirements if it was less than an acre, but I've seen a lot of construction on 1 acre lots that seem to contribute to a lot of problems with stormwater management. So I think that's something we should be reviewing. If we start at 1 acre, that maybe we need to move that down at some point.
I don't disagree with you, and maybe that's something we can bring back is try to find a way to evaluate the number of sites that are less than an acre. I don't know if they all have to come before a town department for a permit, so we'd have to find a way to identify them and figure out what resources would be needed to manage at a lesser level of development. So,
just one last question. I know that conservation gets involved in a lot of issues where there's wetland, boundaries. Are there a lot of examples here where you might be working in conjunction with conservation that the property is going to need to get a permit from them as well as stormwater?
Yeah, potentially. So if the site that's proposed to disturb over an acre of land is anywhere within the Wetlands Protection Act jurisdiction, then conservation would also be involved. They have a stormwater management requirement within those regulations that aligns with what's proposed tonight. So essentially, the developer could get a stormwater management permit and then get their order of conditions as well. But we wouldn't have to, work side by side exactly, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Starr.
Thank you. I think a lot of what we see stormwater mitigation out there, and I think a lot of that has to do with conservation. But it's protecting waterways and marshes, and I think what you're adding is a level of the stormwater drains themselves. So my question is, so is stormwater isn't required to be absorbed on site?
The way it's worded is to retain the 1 inch of the water quality volume on site. And then also manage 100-year peak runoff flows. So there's a lot that goes into that. It may not be completely on site, but we want as much of it to be managed on site as possible.
Okay, I know that first inch is the important inch.
Yeah.
That's got most of the stuff
the
you don't
real
want there.
requirement is to meet those pollutant load removals before it gets discharged off site.
Okay.
And by meeting Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook standards, you would also be considering flooding to outside areas as part of that process. There is a lot that goes into it.
Because we have rainfalls that are 3 or 4 inches regularly now. So and I mean, I look at Barnstable Village, it comes down off the courthouse, goes right across 6A and into the marsh. It sort of completely overworks what we've got for storm drains. But we can work on that, I guess.
Yeah.
So can you go back one slide?
Sure.
Where does that pipe go?
Oh, I don't actually know. I don't think that's a picture actually in the town
No,
of
but does it-
Barnstable.
if that was would that connect to a
So
would it connect underground to
it's
it?
basically a gravel wetland. So it's catching water probably from some series of catch basins that then go into this depressed area where they've placed a lot of gravel.
But
Basically,
if there's overflow, does that go to the storm drain somewhere on the street?
it depends. You can't tell from the angle of this picture where the stormwater would flow. Sometimes it stays in that depression and infiltrates into the ground.
But could it connect to a storm drain that was in the street?
The pipe likely connects to a catch basin that is in the street in this picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wondered. Okay.
But I didn't take the picture.
No, I just wonder where,
I think it's just an example.
Legally, you can connect to the storm drains, as long as you take out.
Are you
50% of the-
That's collecting stormwater and treating it.
Yeah, but the overflow is going.
Dan,
somewhere.
please come up to the mic if you're going to do that, just for the public.
So if you get 80% of the solids out of it, where does the rest of that 20% go?
Right. So
The groundwater.
if it would go to groundwater or it might get conveyed, to a water body. It really varies because if it was an existing connection, they may not be required to remove that connection because it's already been in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one of the technical, so if you want to take away, remediate for 60% of the phosphorus coming off the impervious, where does that phosphorus come from? How does it get on the impervious surface?
Well,
Is it oil or?
I mean, it could come from erosion of sediments, but also, atmospheric deposition.
Okay.
Pollen. We're almost into pollen season, so all that phosphorus, dust type
Material,
stuff,
okay.
it lands on the parking lots and can then be washed into the drains. But the calculations are really based on how the land is being used. So the EPA has already developed like pollutant loads for commercial sites or high density residential, low density residential, forested lands, and engineers are supposed to use those pollutant loads to calculate what the phosphorus load of the site is.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, President Penn. A couple of quick questions. For this stormwater management permit, will there be an online application like they have for inspectional services?
We were talking about bringing it as an online application. I'm not sure yet if it will be online. We think that will be the easiest way to manage it, but I have to talk to some others. So.
And another quick question. In these exempt activities, water from individual residential car washing, that would, the corollary to that, I imagine, would mean that commercial car washing would not be an exempt activity.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Penn. The application, is that an application that Massachusetts has developed already and we're just using theirs, or we're developing our own? We're going to survey the other towns and see best practices and come to our conclusion?
Well, we've already developed the rules and regulations, and then we've developed what the application would be based on that. So there's a whole series of items of things that the developer would have to provide in their application to us, similar to how you would go for a notice of intent to the Conservation Commission. There's a checklist of the things that they want you to provide in order to receive the order of conditions. We're kind of trying to follow a similar type of system where they would basically provide all the things on our checklist, and then we would review them and make a determination about whether to issue a stormwater management permit or require more information or not issue that stormwater management permit.
And I'm assuming for the various activities listed here that you'll be working on, there'll be fees associated with that permitting process.
Yes, there will be application fees, and if we aren't able to complete reviews, solely in the DPW, or if we have to get a third-party peer review, additional fees may be assessed for those reviews.
Councilor Ladke?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on what Councilor Clark was discussing about the car washing, and this is where it ties into inspectional services. One of the issues we see in a lot of the neighborhoods, particularly in Hyannis, is we have 6, 7, 8 cars parked at residences, and we also have people operating businesses out of their residences with large vehicles that are being washed. And I'd like to see some more language. You said you were going to work on the regulations. I mean, what we're voting on tonight, you only have that number 9 in there. I don't think it's tight enough language to dovetail with what we're seeing in our residential neighborhoods, that you're almost getting to a commercial car washing operation in a lot of places.
I guess I wasn't aware that situation was occurring in the town of Barnstable. We'd have to change the wording within the ordinance to be stricter.
That's what I'd like it to make it much stricter, so it's just, the resident's personal vehicle or something like that, because it is an issue in our neighborhoods. It's a big issue. So I don't know, if we vote tonight.
Want to offer an amendment?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because you talked about regulations would follow, are we voting tonight on this exact language?
Yeah, so it's up for vote tonight, and so I guess the only way would be to propose an amendment.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like, I don't know what the language would be, maybe, I don't know if the attorneys could offer something that would tighten that up so that we're not washing the commercial vehicles in our neighborhoods, because it's a huge source of annoyance to that's probably the number one complaint I get from folks, is these businesses washing their vehicles, especially on the weekends, and causing a lot of disturbance in the neighborhoods.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. As was just mentioned, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak to this item? It's already open, I think. Do you have to move to open the public hearing?
It's way too loose.
What? Yeah, we got nobody. Anybody on Zoom?
There's no one available, no one on Zoom.
Nobody online. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. Right. Council Crowe has a question. Would you like to ask the question? Who would you like to ask it of?
The young lady was here. I have to ask this question. Am I to understand that pollen is a source of phosphorus?
Yeah, it does contain
Naturally occurring.
nutrients within it. It's natural, yeah.
Okay, so that contributes to our problems with phosphorus in our waters.
It does. 'Cause
What, I know this is a wild question, but what percentage of our problem with phosphorus is caused by a naturally occurring?
It varies. It really depends on the size of like if you're talking about ponds and lakes, it would depend on the surface area of that pond and lake, and whether or not it has a significant contribution to it. We usually refer to it as natural atmospheric deposition, because it can be pollen, it can be dust, from the sky. So
Interesting to know the answer to that question, because as we know, when the pollen season comes, it's everywhere, and we're taking ways of remediation for some of this stuff, and it's naturally occurring. So I don't know what we could do about it. But
yeah,
it'd be interesting to know what that
not a
percent-
controllable load.
Yeah, okay.
Is usually how we refer to it.
Thank you.
Okay. We didn't have anybody from the public hearing, so I'm going to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? Anybody opposed? No. Okay. All right, so we ready to vote? Do we want an amendment at this time, or are you guys just going to adjust your language in the rules and regulations at some point in the future and inform us? Did you want to speak up?
Hi,
Good evening.
Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. The way the exempt activities are structured in C, so what you're reading down below for what is exempt, water from individual car washing. But at the beginning of C, it says the following non-storm water discharges or flows are exempt from this article, provided that the source is not a significant contributor of a pollutant to the municipal storm drain system. You know, what we were thinking about there, you're washing your car in your driveway, whether it, your car or your work vehicle that you bring home, that would be considered exempt. If you had 10 different vehicles and you were washing them every single day, that might be a different answer. So, I mean, that's what we were thinking of. We did not, we're using the language that is very much a model that if you look at other municipalities, that's what they were using rather than being specific with a trigger of like X cars per day.
Okay, and then who's going to make the judgment call? A citizen complains that these guys are washing vehicles all weekend, one after the next. Because I've had that happen in many instances.
If there's
then someone from DPW comes and makes a judgment call?
DPW would make the call whether something is a significant contributor to the municipal drain system.
Okay. I had a question about the fees. I didn't think they were high enough, actually. Is that a regulatory thing by the state or anything?
You can't go over $300 a day per the Attorney General. Yeah, state law.
I figured it was something like that.
Yeah.
Because $100 for the first fine didn't seem like a big deterrent to me. Just saying. Might be worth it to somebody, so. Anyway, okay. So are we ready to vote? This is a roll call majority vote.
Before you vote, I think we just had a technical correction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. We have a recommended motion to make a minor correction. Before you in sections 2 and 3 of the item, you see references to where you'd be amending Chapter 1, Article 1 of the code for the schedule of fines for violating the ordinance or the DPW regulations. There was a reference to illicit discharge detection elimination, and its acronym IDDE. IDDE, you've heard it tonight, it's shorthand for what is being implemented under the illicit discharge control portion of the ordinance. However, that reference is not in the actual title to Chapter 185, which it refers to illicit discharge control. So we want to be consistent across the town code. So we would recommend that a motion be made to amend item 2024-172 by deleting in sections 2 and 3 the words illicit discharge detection and elimination, IDDE, and inserting in their place the words illicit discharge control.
Illicit discharge what? Control.
Illicit discharge control.
Okay.
So moved as written. Second.
Okay.
I provided Janet with the wording.
Thank you. So we first need to vote on the amendment, and then we vote on it as amended. So it's roll call for the amendment also, right? No? So it's majority for the amended, to vote for the amendment as suggested? So all in favor of the amendment? It's unanimous. All right. Now we can do roll call majority vote as amended. 2024-172.
Counselors, Bloom,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes?
Penn,
Yes?
Schnepp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamash,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
12 yes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Job well done. All right, first time we're using our consent agenda this evening. I'm going to propose a vote to refer items 2024-100 through 2024-159 as written to individual public hearings to be held on each item at the town council meeting on April 25th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
There is. Now, when we first discussed using consent agendas, we made it very clear to people that if somebody wanted to pull something out, they could do so. I'm hoping you don't, but if you do, you have that ability to do that. Is there any reaction, response? No, nobody's looking to do that. Okay, thank you. I just thought we'd check. All right, so this is just a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Good. Nobody's opposed or abstained. And while we're at it, when we're on a roll, we have a proposed vote to refer items 2024-177 through 2024-181 as written to individual public hearings to be held on each item at the meeting, town council meeting on April 25th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? No, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Great. So now, I did highlight this for myself so I didn't get lost in everything. We are on item number 2024-174 at the bottom of page 7, if you want to know where we are. And
I'm going to recuse myself from this.
yes, Councilor Zlotke is officially recusing herself. She needs to leave the room. All right. Let me get to that. Let me see here. Council Mendez, did you want to introduce 2024-174 on page 87? I'll help you find that if you need it.
Thank you, Madam President. This is item number 2024-174. This is a first reading referred to as second reading on 4/25/2024. Appointment to a board, committee, commission, council on aging, Charles Coyle as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2025. Maureen Hughes as an alternate member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Historical Commission, Robert Frazee, from an alternate member to a full member to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Licensing Authority, Larry Decker, from an alternate member to a full member position to a term expiring 6/30/2026. Sandy Neck Board, Richard French as a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Youth Commission, Nate Lucky as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2025.
Second.
I think we had to do that first. What's that? He's replacing somebody.
Okay.
All right. So it's referred to a second hearing on 4/25/2024, right? Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody opposed? Great. Thank you. New business, item number 2024-175. Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Penn. This is an 2025-175 is an item of new business that may be acted upon by majority vote. It is an authorization to expend a federal fiscal year 2023 emergency management performance grant in the amount of $20,150 from the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency.
Second.
All right. Chief, she's back.
Good evening, Madam President, council members, Jean Chalice, Chief of Police. The department has been awarded an emergency management and performance grant in the amount of $20,150 from Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency. These funds will be used to purchase 2 VHF, UHF portable radios to be used in emergency situations when the department needs to communicate with other state and federal agencies. An example would be a large-scale critical incident or a severe weather-related event. Our current radios use the 800 megahertz band, which limits our ability to communicate with agencies beyond Barnstable County. And these APX 8000 radios will provide needed interoperability and facilitate communications when outside agencies and outside resources arrive to assist during a critical incident or emergency.
Great. Okay. Any questions? Discussion? Nada? All right. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Well done. Good for you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2024-176. Council Lutke.
Thank you.
Speaking of stormwater stuff.
Yes, exactly, and this is in my precinct. This is new business. It may be acted upon by a majority vote. 2024-176, transfer order in the amount of $57,845 for technical services monitoring and cleanup of activities that resulted from the improper disposal of oil on La France Avenue in Hyannis.
Second.
Okay. Director Dan. I like the way she said that.
Yeah.
It's going to stick for a while.
That must be how I'm known back at the office.
now
I
you
didn't
know.
even know that.
Now you know. Amazing what you find out, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not so bad.
So we had an illicit discharge. You all know what that is now, after hearing Amber, on La France Avenue last summer from an anonymous phone call to the Health Division, and we went out and checked it out. The fire department responded, and they found oil in 2 catch basins. So they put booms in, they can collect the oil, and then we had to get a consultant involved, or LSP, licensed site professional in the state, and to make sure that those booms got dealt with appropriately, so they get put in 55-gallon drums and hauled off to an appropriate site by a contractor. And we had environmental consultant, the LSP, come in and do groundwater testing, soil testing at the site at both catch basins. And fortunately, there was no soil or groundwater contamination that needed to be remediated. And so this is just to cover the costs for all that work, the soil borings, monitoring wells, and the response and writing a report. And I just need to add that due to vacancies in salaried positions throughout the fiscal year, the department has unencumbered salary funds, and it's requested that a portion of these funds be utilized for this unplanned expenditure. If approved, this request will reduce the amount of unexpended fiscal year 2024 appropriations that will be returned to the general fund surplus at the close of the year. Thanks.
Nice. So we're basically transferring funds to cover it. So there's no way to know, like, where this came from, so you can't, like, charge this back to somebody else in the public who caused
We
this?
always look at that,
Yeah.
and we would like to do that. In this case, it was an anonymous tip, and there's no evidence suggesting who or how it got in there. We're
sure.
glad we found out.
Yeah. It's good that we got to clean it up. Any other questions, comments? Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Nope. Thank you. And we already voted 177 through 180 whatever, so we're on 2024-182. Counselor Bloom.
Yes. This is new business, may be acted upon.
Is your mic on, hon?
Sorry about that. New business may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item number 2024-182. Resolve appointing Michael White to the Regional District School Committee for the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School District.
Second.
Motion in a second.
That's just about it. Mr. White would be one of two people from the town of Barnstable who are on the school committee.
And his term is for 3 years, just for the record. All right, any questions, comments? No. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Well done. Is that you, Michael? You sat here all night for this? Good for you. Oh, my gosh. Such, did you want a drum beat?
Vast dedication.
We're not ungrateful. I think it's great. Okay. Did you want to come up and say anything? I know you've had this privilege for some time. It's quite a great school.
Not a great off-the-cuff speaker, but
It's okay. Just 30 seconds, a minute, whatever. Is the green light on?
there we go.
Yeah.
Michael White, Town of Hyannis. I was a graduate of Cape Cod Tech in 2008. I left there and I started my own business. And it was probably 4 years into my business. I felt like I had a very successful year. And I realized that I owed that success to Cape Cod Tech. Ever since, I've been giving my time to them. I'm currently, which unfortunately because of this appointment I have to resign, but I am currently the chairperson for the IT Program Advisor Committee, chairman of the General Advisor Committee, and I'm also on the Cape Cod Tech's Foundation Board. I try to give a lot of time to that school in thanks for where I am at life. So this was really cool for me, and thank you.
Good for you. Thank you. You're a trooper for hanging in here all this time. Good for you. All right. So that affects executive session also? Sure. So
I move that we go beyond 11 o'clock.
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. All right, so I move to go into executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, since a discussion in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and town council. Specifically, the council will discuss litigation strategy with respect to Park City Winds LLC's proposed offshore renewable wind project in the town. The council will not return to public session after the executive session. Is there a second? Second. And we need a roll call vote.
Counselors, Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Levesque. Ludke.
Yes.
Mendez.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes?
Schnepp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Temesh.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you.